where all governments are open
and answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
Under justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries and we their people
Work together.
Partnerships of all kinds.
to make these goals a reality.
These are the United Nations global goals
for sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
We can be.
We must be
The first generation
To end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined.
To fight injustice
And inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
and this is how it will get done. The global goals
A 15-year plan
for everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
we will live in a world
where nobody
anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
where no one wakes in the morning.
Asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure. And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
Everyone goes to school.
And education gives us the knowledge
And skills.
for a fulfilling life.
we will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to
thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed.
We can be.
We must be
The first generation
To end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined.
To fight injustice
and inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
and this is how it will get done. The global goals
A 15-year plan.
for everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
we will live in a world
where nobody
anywhere lives in extreme poverty.
Where no one
goes hungry.
where no one wakes in the morning.
Asking if there will be food today.
We will live in a world where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure. And where proper health care
is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
Everyone goes to school.
And education gives us the knowledge
And skills.
for a fulfilling life.
we will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to
thrive and be powerful and safe.
We cannot succeed if
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water.
and proper toilets at home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there's sustainable
Energy for everyone.
Heat, light, and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper.
And new wealth.
leads to decent jobs
For everyone.
And we will live in a world
where our industries
Our infrastructure
best innovations.
Are not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
prejudices and extremes of equality
Inside our countries and the where people live in cities and communities that are safe, progressive, and support everyone.
where we replace
What we consume.
planet where we put back.
What we take out of here.
We live in a world that is decisively rolling back from climate change.
where we restore and protect the life in our oceans.
restore and protect
Life on land.
The forests.
Animals, the earth itself.
with peace between and inside countries.
Where all governments are open.
And answer to us for what they do at home and abroad.
And the justice rules.
With everyone equal before the law.
Where all countries, we their people.
Work together.
Partnerships of all kinds.
These are the United Nations global goals.
For sustainable development.
Let's get to work.
Simone, nice to meet you. Hello. Nice to meet you. I'm UNDP.
We can be.
We must be the first generation to end extreme poverty.
The generation
Most determined.
To fight injustice and
Inequalities.
The generation that saves the planet from climate change.
And this is how it will get done. The global goals
A 15-year plan
for everyone, everywhere.
With no one left behind.
We will live in a world
where nobody
anywhere
Lives in extreme poverty.
where no one
goes hungry.
Where no one wakes in the morning.
Asking if there will be food today.
and I know it's very similar.
We will live in a world where no child has to die.
Diseases we know how to cure. And where proper health care
Is a lifelong right for us all.
We will live in a world where
And education gives us the knowledge
And skills.
for a fulfilling life.
we will live in a world where all girls and all women have equal opportunities to thrive.
and be powerful and safe.
We will live in a world
Where all people can get clean water
and proper toilets in home, at school, and at work.
We will live in a world where there's
Sustainable energy for everyone, heat, and power for the whole planet.
without destroying the planet.
We will live in a world where economies prosper.
and new wealth.
Leads to decent jobs.
For everyone.
And we will live in a world
Where our industry
Our infrastructure and our
Best innovations.
We're not just used to make money, but to make all our lives better.
Prejudices and extremes of equality.
Are defeated.
Inside our countries,
And they train different countries.
where people
So what are your expectations from this conference, Excellency? As I was saying this morning, come back for another session. Cases against human rights defenders and so on. Yeah. Exactly, a lot of the flat cases. Well, we're going to make the government. Angola is also proudly. Well, thank you, that's very nice. Very kind. Sí. Ah. That's very kind. But mine is 25, you can't stay out very long. About 5 minutes. then I come back and run in hotel. What was these associated? Yes. Now I like it.
Now you're waiting.
Nice, nice. Are you residing there too? Or is that Oh, that's not far from mine. I'm 47. I'm on the other side. So you're next to M, all the shopping stuff. That's that's very good. Well, I used to, but now because I tend to be, I don't have a car. But previously I
Recording in progress.
Oh, that's fine. Oh, congratulations. Let me.
พี่แหวนถามมันมีได้เลยค่ะมันมีจองไว้แล้วครับผมครับผม So, oh, so invite me to the podium here.
Speakers to join the podium.
On this stage. Okay.
Take a seat at the panel.
So invite Minister.
What do you have?
I have everyone up there.
So
I'm not
you
inviting
mentioned all
everyone.
of this, right?
Right. And then good morning, the little intro.
We'd like
and
to
then
invite the opening speakers to the stage. Do we need to say that before?
So, okay, after I introduce
So-
myself, I
no,
invite them.
No, say all of this, and then you invite the opening session panelists to the stage.
And then good morning.
Before good morning.
Okay. When it's ready, give me a go. Okay. His Excellency Thaweesawt Song, Minister of Justice of Thailand, Honorable Syed Rafat Ahmed, Chief Justice of Bangladesh, Ms. Miriam Otto, Deputy Ambassador of the Netherlands, Mr. Brett Padid, Deputy Director of Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs of the Government of the United States of America, honorable judges, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and participants from across Asia and the Pacific and beyond. May I invite the opening panelists onto the stage, please? Good morning. Welcome to the United Nations People-Centered Justice Regional Conference, Achieving Just Societies, Inclusive Justice Pathways for People and Planet. My name is Subharat Fern Sawetamal, a Global Engagement Lead for the Office of Justice Innovation of the Thailand Institute of Justice, or TIJ. I have the honor to serve as your Master of Ceremony this morning. This conference is co-organized by the United Nations Development Program, the United Nations Environment Program, UN Women, and the Thailand Institute of Justice, in partnerships with Pathfinders, International Development Law Organization, World Justice Project, and United Nations Children's Fund. For the next 2.5 days, we will exchange insights, address challenges, and explore innovative, data-driven, and evidence-based approach to enhancing equal and inclusive access to justice. As we gathered here in Bangkok, we stand at a pivotal moment in our collective effort towards justice that serves all people, particularly those who are most vulnerable. This conference is not just an event. It is a commitment to fostering inclusive justice systems that prioritize the needs and rights of individuals and communities. Without further ado, I am pleased to begin the first agenda on our program today, which will be conducted in Thai. The Thai English translation is available on your translation device on your desk. For English, please tune to channel 1. Now, it is my absolute honor to welcome His Excellency Thawi Sot-Song, Minister of Justice of Thailand, to deliver the welcome remarks. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, from here on, I continue my speech in Thai. ก็สวัสดีท่านเอ็ดเวิร์ด ลาฟาน ฮามิด ประธานศาลฎีกาแห่งบังกลาเทศ คุณคริสตอฟ อาฮูเฮด รองผู้อำนวยการสำนักงานภูมิภาคเอเชียแปซิฟิกและผู้อำนวยการภูมิภาคกรุงเทพ UNDP คุณมิเรียม อาตโกะ เอกอัครราชทูตและหัวหน้าแผนกเศรษฐกิจและการเมืองของสถานเอกอัครราชทูตเนเธอร์แลนด์ คุณแบท แพทริก รักษาการผู้อำนวยการสำนักงานกิจการยาเสพติดและการบังคับใช้กฎหมายระหว่างประเทศรัฐบาลสหรัฐอเมริกาเนเธอร์แลนด์ประจำประเทศไทย คุณริชา ชาเลสถา เจ้าหน้าที่ศาลฎีกาแห่งประเทศเนปาลและผู้ประสานงานโครงการเยาวชนโลกเพื่อความยุติธรรมด้านสภาพภูมิอากาศ ท่านแขกผู้มีเกียรติครับ ในอันดับแรกผมก็ต้องขอขอบคุณโครงการพัฒนาแห่งสหประชาชาติ UNDP ที่ให้เกียรติประเทศไทยเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของการประชุมระดับภูมิภาคในครั้งนี้แนวคิดความยุติธรรมที่ประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางซึ่งเป็นหัวข้อการประชุมครั้งนี้ถือเป็นหลักการสำคัญของหลักประชาธิปไตยหลักสิทธิมนุษยชนและหลักนิติธรรมที่จัดเป็นแนวคิดพื้นฐานที่สำคัญยิ่งในการอยู่ร่วมกันในสังคมและการรวมตัวกันเป็นประเทศชาติเป็นหลักประกันว่าสภาพสังคมจะมีความยุติธรรมเพราะความยุติธรรมเป็นจุดเริ่มต้นของการบัญญัติกฎหมายเพื่อให้สังคมได้ใช้ประโยชน์จากกฎหมายที่ยุติธรรมคำนึงถึงประชาชนทุกคนอย่างแท้จริงการที่ประเทศไทยได้รับโอกาสเป็นเจ้าภาพร่วมในการประชุมครั้งนี้ถือเป็นโอกาสที่ดีที่ประเทศไทยจะได้ร่วมแสดงออกถึงความมุ่งมั่นในการพัฒนากระบวนการยุติธรรมตามคันลองของหลักนิติธรรมและนำความต้องการของประชาชนมาเป็นหัวใจสำคัญในการทำหน้าที่ของกระบวนการยุติธรรมปัจจุบันรัฐบาลได้แถลงนโยบายโดยเฉพาะในตอนหนึ่งว่ารัฐบาลจะยึดมั่นในหลักนิติธรรมหรือ Rule of Law ที่มีความโปร่งใสสร้างความชอบธรรมในการบริหารราชการแผ่นดินด้วยการฟื้นฟูหลักนิติธรรมที่เข้มแข็งมีประสิทธิภาพสร้างโอกาสให้กับประเทศและประชาชนและเป็นที่ยอมรับของนานาประเทศในประเด็นความยุติธรรมที่ประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางที่มีส่วนสำคัญยิ่งของหลักนิติธรรมนั้นอาจจะมีความเป็นนามธรรมสูงแต่มีความสำคัญยิ่งในการรักษาความยุติธรรมที่การตีความหรือการบังคับใช้กฎหมายต้องคำนึงถึงศักดิ์ศรีความเป็นมนุษย์สิทธิมนุษยชนไม่สามารถเข้าไปล่วงละเมิดได้และบังคับใช้กฎหมายต้องไม่เข้าไปจำกัดสิทธิเสรีภาพของประชาชนหรือสร้างภาระให้ประชาชนจนมาก เกินฝ่าเหตุประเทศไทยเชื่อมั่นว่าความยุติธรรมที่เข้าถึงได้ไม่ใช่ทางเลือกแต่เป็นทางรอดที่จะทำให้ระบบยุติธรรมของเรายังคงเป็นที่พึ่งของประชาชนในทุกยุคสมัยเราตระหนักว่าความมั่นคงที่แท้จริงนั้นไม่อาจมองเพียงมิติเรื่องความปลอดภัยแห่งรัฐเท่านั้นแต่คือทำให้คนทุกคนรู้สึกว่าได้รับความยุติธรรมอย่างเท่าเทียมกันอย่างไรก็ตามในความเป็นจริงยังมีคนจำนวนมากที่ประสบปัญหาในการเข้าถึงสิทธิเสรีภาพทุกวันนี้นับเป็นประเด็นปัญหาที่คาบเกี่ยวอยู่หลายภาคส่วนซึ่งต้องอาศัยความร่วมมือและการทำงานแบบบูรณาการทุกฝ่ายไม่เพียงแต่ภาครัฐแต่รวมถึงภาคเอกชนภาคประชาสังคมประชาชนทั่วไปและความร่วมมือของนานาชาติเพื่อสร้างความยุติธรรมที่เป็นหลักของประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางที่ยั่งยืนแม้ว่าหลักนิติธรรมจะเป็นหลักที่บัญญัติไว้ในกฎหมายรัฐธรรมนูญแห่งราชอาณาจักรไทยแต่ยังมีอีกหลายบริบทที่เราจำเป็นต้องขับเคลื่อนเพื่อให้หลักคิดและการปฏิบัติด้านความยุติธรรมเป็นไปตามมาตรฐานสากลและเป็นที่พึ่งของประชาชนอย่างแท้จริงในฐานะรัฐมนตรีว่าการกระทรวงยุติธรรมมีสิ่งท้าทายความหวังและมุ่งมั่นที่จะผลักดันให้การดำเนินการที่เน้นประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางให้บรรลุโดยอย่างน้อยที่สุดใน6ประเด็นที่ผมมีความมุ่งมั่นที่จะผลักดันประเด็นที่1คือจะผลักดันและยกระดับความยุติธรรมทางเลือก Alternative Justice และกระบวนการยุติธรรมเชิงสมานฉันท์หรือ Restorative Justice ให้เป็นที่ยอมรับเกิดความเชื่อมั่นในการคุ้มครองสิทธิเสรีภาพให้ความเป็นธรรมทางกฎหมายหรือแก้ไขปัญหาความขัดแย้งของบุคคลโดยใช้รูปแบบวิธีการให้มากขึ้นแทนการใช้กระบวนการยุติธรรมกระแสหลักเพื่อเป็นการส่งเสริมให้ประชาชนมีส่วนร่วมเพื่อให้เกิดความเป็นธรรมและอยู่บนหลักการมีส่วนร่วมที่รัฐไม่เข้าไปแทรกแซงสร้างจุดยืนร่วมกันเท่าเทียมกันและเคารพซึ่งกันและกันมุ่งผลลัพธ์ให้เกิดความสมานฉันท์เสริมพลังของผู้เสียหายและประสานความเข้าใจของผู้เกี่ยวข้องทุกภาคส่วนผ่านการมีส่วนร่วมในการแสดงความเห็นและข้อตกลงร่วมกันทำให้สามารถอยู่ในชุมชนและสังคมได้รวมถึงนำมาพัฒนาระบบพฤตินิสัยอาทิเมื่อ2 วันที่ผ่านมาคณะรัฐมนตรีได้ออกกฎกระทรวงที่ให้มีสถานฝึกอบรมเด็กและเยาวชนที่ให้เอกชนสามารถเป็นผู้ดำเนินการได้หรือ halfway house เป็นต้นประการที่2ต้องการจะผลักดันและมีมาตรการเพื่อเสนอกฎหมายในการป้องกันการฟ้องปิดปากหรือ anti slap law เพื่อเพิ่มพื้นที่ให้ประชาชนมีส่วนร่วมอย่างเข้มแข็งและป้องกันการใช้กระบวนการยุติธรรมเป็นเครื่องมือคุกคามประชาชนประการที่3จะพัฒนาต่อต้านการทุจริตคอร์รัปชันหรือการให้สินบนระหว่างประเทศโดยเสนอให้มีการแก้กฎหมายเพื่อป้องกันยับยั้งการกระทำผิดรวมถึงการบังคับใช้กฎหมายการฟอกเงินและมาตรการเชิงภาษีให้มีประสิทธิภาพประการที่4จะผลักดันการคุ้มครองสิทธิมนุษยชนในบริบทของบริษัทและรัฐวิสาหกิจโดยกำหนดให้มีมาตรการตรวจสอบ หรือ Human Rights Due Diligence เพื่อป้องกันและเยียวยาผู้ที่ได้รับผลกระทบด้านสิทธิมนุษยชนประการที่ 5 จะปฏิรูปกระบวนการยุติธรรมทางอาญาและการใช้โทษโดยให้ความสำคัญการบำบัดฟื้นฟูและการพัฒนาให้เข้าสู่กระบวนการโดยเฉพาะอย่างยิ่งกรณีของผู้เสพผู้ติดยาเสพติดซึ่งมุ่งหวังให้คนกลุ่มนี้มีสุขภาพที่ดีด้วยการฟื้นฟูและพัฒนาชีวิตให้ยั่งยืนประการที่ 6 มุ่งหวังจะผลักดันการละเมิดสิทธิมนุษยชนเป็นฐานความผิดและมีโทษทางอาญาในตัวเองไม่ใช่เป็นส่วนประกอบของความผิดอาญาฐานอื่นเช่นที่อยู่ในปัจจุบันและสนับสนุนให้มีการจัดตั้งศาลแผนกสิทธิมนุษยชนในศาลยุติธรรมเพื่อให้มั่นใจว่าสิทธิขั้นพื้นฐานของประชาชนจะได้รับการคุ้มครองและกระบวนการยุติธรรมเป็นที่พึ่งอย่างแท้จริงท้ายสุดนี้ผมต้องขอขอบคุณ UNDP และองค์กรร่วมจัดทุกภาคส่วนรวมทั้งผู้เข้าร่วมประชุมที่มีความมุ่งมั่นในการขับเคลื่อนความยุติธรรมที่ประชาชนเป็นศูนย์กลางผมเชื่อว่าด้วยความตั้งใจของพวกเราและความร่วมมือของหน่วยงานทั้งในประเทศระหว่างประเทศจะเป็นกุญแจสำคัญที่ทำให้สังคมเป็นธรรมเกิดขึ้นได้อย่างแท้จริงทั้งในประเทศไทยในภูมิภาคและทั่วโลกขอให้การประชุมครั้งนี้บรรลุวัตถุประสงค์ที่กำหนดไว้ทุกประการขอขอบคุณมาก Thank you very much
Thank you, His Excellency Tawee Sotsong, for blessing us with the welcome remarks and emphasizing Thailand's commitment to enhance the country's rule of law and make our justice system truly accessible for all. For the opening session, with much honor, we have 4 distinguished guests to deliver opening remarks today. This session will be conducted in English. There is a translation device on the table in front of you. It's the white device. For Thai, please tune the device into channel 2. Excellencies, distinguished guests, please join me in welcoming the first speaker, Mr. Christophe Bawe, UNDP Deputy Regional Director for Asia and the Pacific and the Director of UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub. Mr. Bawe, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Tawee Sotsong, the Minister of Justice of the Kingdom of Thailand, Honorable Syed Refat Ahmed, the Chief Justice of Bangladesh, Ms. Miriam Otto, the Deputy Head of Mission of the Embassy of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to Thailand, Mr. Brett Pettit, the Deputy Director of the Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs of the United States, and Ms. Marcy Brown, INL Regional Director for South Asia, who is also here, and Ms. Risha Shrestha, the Judicial Clerk at the Supreme Court of Nepal, and also the coordinator of the World Youth Climate Justice. Officials from government, judges, lawyers, civil society, academia, from countries of all the Asia-Pacific region, development partners and a member of the diplomatic community based in Bangkok or elsewhere, representative from the media, colleagues from the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. Let me first, on behalf of the Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, very warmly welcome you and thank you for your attendance. It's actually heartening to see so many of you assembled here today to discuss the topic of achieving just societies and people-centered justice. Let me also express special recognition, special appreciation to the Minister of Justice of Thailand for your personal presence, for your opening remarks, but also for the very good relationship that UNDP enjoys with your ministry. And I think we've made good progress working together on business and human rights, justice issue, gender equality, and I know the UNDP country office and our new representative, Niamh Collier, is here, looks forward to continuing this cooperation with you. Let me also express our appreciation to the Thailand Institute of Justice as one of the co-organizers of this event. I would also like to thank the development partners who are supporting UNDP work in justice, in the justice sector, and also this event through financial contribution to a number of projects. INL, through a great project, Judicial Integrity Network in ASEAN, project that I know very well, but also Germany, the Netherlands, Sweden, and the United States for their contribution to a global program of UNDP for rule of law and human rights. And we've used those two projects to actually bring this event together. And we'll hear in a moment the representative from the German government. It's also very nice for me to see that the UNDP is not working alone in the UN system. We're working very closely together with other UN agencies, the United Nations Environment Programme, UN Women as co-organizer, UNICEF, and also UNESCO will be joining and co-leading some of the sessions. It's a very good example of the UN development system working together, and also very much appreciate the role of International Development Law Organization, the Pathfinder, and the World Justice Project who have joined us as co-organizers to this event. Now, it's quite challenging for me in only a few minutes to share with you the many reasons why UNDP attaches so much importance to the issue of achieving just society, people-centered justice, and why we are so committed to the topic and to this event in particular. So let me just maybe give 3 reasons of our commitment. The first one is more institutional. I think that governance is, including rule of law and justice, is really core to UNDP mandate. It's really, for us, very much linked to human development, and you can find links between the concept of human development and the concept of people-centered justice. And therefore, in all the countries, whether the least developed countries or middle-income countries, UNDP offices have very strong governance pillar as part of their portfolio. It's also our contribution to SDG 16. The second reason is that in UNDP experience, working not only in Asia and the Pacific, but around the globe, and in my own experience when working in Vietnam, China, and Indonesia, access to justice that is fair and equitable, and a justice sector that works with independence, integrity, transparency, and efficiency is absolutely essential to a well-functioning society. It's actually strengthened the social fabrics. It also strengthened the social cohesion, and it contributes to social stability and I would say security. And conversely, denial of justice or corrupt justice system undoes the social fabric and can link to instability, and we've seen that in a number of countries recently. It also strengthens economic growth, and there is one correlation that we should not overlook between access to justice, an efficient quality justice sector, and foreign direct investment. And also, at the individual level, access to justice and a well-functioning justice system for all is a human right. And I stress for all because it's, it's also for women, and I think we have a number of issues related to gender justice, whether it's inheritance, whether it's land property, gender-based violence, and also all the minorities. So access to justice for all is absolutely essential. It's not only the court system, it's sometimes the justice, the traditional justice, mediation, and you mentioned, Minister, alternative justice. It's also an important component of justice, and again, it brings us very close to the people-centered justice that we're going to discuss in this conference. And the reason is that while it's so important, and while we're making good progress in a number of countries in the area of access to justice and justice sector reform, rule of law and access to justice face unprecedented challenge. One of them is a reduction in the protection of fundamental rights, reduction of important and respect for rule of law, and government checks and balance. And that has been highlighted, documented, I would say, by the World Justice Project. Also, an erosion that is also well documented, an erosion of citizens' trust in institutions, including institutions of the justice sector, which can have far-reaching consequences. And also climate change. One does not naturally associate climate change and justice, but yes, there is an increasingly important correlation. And climate justice is really about exploring the mechanism to access remedy and redress for the environmental harms and climate change-related impacts, in particular in local communities. So that's an important also topic. As you see, those are, and if you've looked at the agenda, those are the topics, among others, that we're going to discuss over the next 2 days and go more in depth in. Let me just, in closing, say UNDP is very strongly committed to continue working with all of you in the areas of achieving justice, just society, access to justice, rule of law. We'll do that corporately, and we'll have just adopted a people-centered framework that will be the framework for our work across the world, but also at the country level, in the countries where you're coming from, the UNDP country officers with the resident representative of the team and the portfolio project they have will continue working with you. So once again, thank you very much for your presence, for being here today. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for the contribution that you will bring to make this conference a rich and very useful one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bawe, for the inspiring opening remarks and reminding us here again of why we gather here today discussing such important topics. Next, please join me in welcoming our second speaker, Ms. Miriam Otto, Deputy Ambassador and Head of Economic and Political Department of the Netherlands Embassy in Thailand. Ms. Otto, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And dear all, it's a pleasure to deliver the opening remarks for this regional conference on achieving just societies. It's very encouraging to see so many of our rule of law partners, such as the Thai Minister of Justice, UN Women, UNEP, International Development Law Organization, Pathfinders, and World Justice Project. And we're very thankful for UNDP's leadership and efforts in bringing together such a broad range of partners to organize this important event. For the Netherlands, people-centered approaches are at the forefront of our rule of law, security, and peace-building support. We strongly believe that the individual's needs and priorities must be placed at the heart of policy design and program development in order for our support to be able to bring about meaningful change in the lives and livelihoods of the people who need it. A people-centered approach to justice holds an important promise, namely to make the effects of the rule of law more direct, more tangible, and visible for people. So the term people-centeredness, as the Minister said, it may sound rather abstract, but the concept is so simple. If we listen to what people need and involve them in designing solutions to address those needs, then we will create more effective systems. So the good news is that the shift to focus on people's needs clearly resonates with many actors, including countries, civil societies, communities, and international organizations. The OECD, for instance, recently adopted their recommendation on access to justice and people-centered justice systems. We need people-centered justice because around the world, justice systems indeed are failing to deliver solutions for people's legal problems. It's estimated that over 5 billion people lack meaningful access to justice. It's therefore high time to drastically change our modus operandi if we're serious about closing the global justice gap. A lack of access to justice directly affects the trust between people, and it results also in people losing trust in state institutions, affecting their social contract between people and the state. Also in the Netherlands, we face difficult challenges in the field of access to justice. You may have heard about the ongoing discussion regarding the grievances of people due to lack of justice following damage, which was related to gas extraction operations in the north of the country. In practice, applying people-centered justice in our work, it will require a change in the way we design, plan, and deliver our legal assistance. It's about devising innovative solutions to prevent and resolve people's problems based on evidence of what works. And we want to give our partners the space to experiment. And so we encourage UNDP's efforts in supporting national justice institutions in designing, testing, and rolling out digital solutions. In the Netherlands, we're testing innovative ideas through pilots, and then when proving successful, they're implemented countrywide. For example, now through subsidies for mediators, the use of alternative dispute resolution mechanisms is increasing. Research shows, indeed, that disputes resolved through mutual agreement are better observed than those imposed by courts. In conclusion, the Netherlands is proud to be part of this people-centered justice movement. It's crucial to continue sharing and learning from each other. And I hope that the discussion over the next 3 days will be fruitful and will provide us with useful insights on how to further apply people-centered justice in our justice sector policies and technical assistance programs. Let's make the most of this great opportunity to learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Otter, for the wonderful opening remarks and emphasizing the essential application of people-centered justice. Up next, we have our third speaker. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Brett Padid, Acting Director, Bureau of International Narcotics and Law Enforcement Affairs, the U.S. government. Mr. Padid, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the warm welcome, and I'm very happy to be here. I'm in the International Narcotics and Law Enforcement section here in U.S. Embassy, Bangkok, so also here on their behalf, so thank you. I would like to echo the thanks offered already to our many distinguished speakers and guests here, especially Minister of Justice, my many colleagues from UNDP, Embassy of the Netherlands, other distinguished colleagues. It's great to have you here. Your presence here demonstrates your commitment to enhancing equal and inclusive justice, access to justice for everyone. And it's great to see so many representatives from the region, because as we all know, this issue cuts across all of our national boundaries. INL and the US government are very proud to count ourselves as supporters of the inclusive justice issue. This is not the first event I've been to with INL support this year, and I'm happy to see that everyone is staying focused on this very important matter. I'm very pleased to note that during the conference, there are many inspiring speakers, and I hope everyone will have ample opportunity to discuss these issues in a variety of different contexts. This open space, convened by UNDP, presents us all with an amazing opportunity to engage various stakeholders outside of our own organizations, and to work together to develop new approaches to making access to justice more inclusive for all of us. It's important that we share our good stories, but also our shared challenges, exchange information on best practices, and so I challenge all of us to make the most of this opportunity. If I may, let me just tell you a little bit more about INL and what it is we do. We are a bureau of the U.S. Department of State, focused on foreign assistance in the criminal justice sector. Several decades ago, we were founded pretty much just with a counter-narcotics mandate, but we have since expanded our operations to include other elements of transnational crime, as well as criminal justice and rule of law issues around the world. We collaborate with partner governments, law enforcement agencies, criminal justice actors, judges, prosecutors around the world to build capacity to counter and prosecute transnational crime, promote the rule of law, and advance the cause of justice. We also partner heavily with international organizations such as UNDP to help us advance the various causes of justice on a multilateral basis. INL works with our counterparts to identify training, capacity building needs, and we draw on either US government resources from federal or state agencies, the folks who are posted both in Washington and abroad, and also leverage our international organization counterparts. We work in many areas of the world and have a vast partnership network from which to draw. INL is extremely proud of our close collaboration with criminal justice and civil society actors, with UNDP on this conference and other parallel projects. And we recognize that all of you here have in some way dedicated your lives to advancing the cause of justice to ensure its fair application across the region and across the world. And so after this conference is gone, we, and I'm sure many others, we're looking for good news stories to tout in this area. You know, one victory for us on advancing inclusive justice is a victory for everyone. And so we certainly love to hear about those and share those far and wide. And so please enjoy and take full advantage of this conference. It's a pleasure to join you all today, and thank you. And Sawasdee krap for my Thai colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Padin, for the wonderful opening remarks and sharing with us INL's commitment and contribution in making justice systems more inclusive. Last but not least, our first speaker is joining us via pre-recorded video. I have the honor to present to you Mr. Martin Hub, Head of Division, Governance from German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development on a pre-recorded video.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues and honored guests, it is my distinct privilege to address you today on behalf of the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, the BMZ, at this regional Asia-Pacific Conference on People-Centered Justice. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers and all participants who have gathered here to explore how we can advance justice systems that truly serve the needs of the people. Across the world, we see that justice models ever so often fail to adequately address the everyday challenges faced by individuals, especially marginalized and vulnerable communities. Data from the World Justice Project shows that justice systems are delivering for the few, not for all. More than 5 billion people worldwide lack meaningful access to justice, and 1.5 billion people have concrete, unresolved justice problems and cannot obtain justice for their everyday problems. This global justice gap not only creates injustices and inequality worldwide, it is a human rights violation, and it also presents a major obstacle in achieving the entirety of the Sustainable Development Goals. To narrow and ultimately eliminate the global justice gap, we must advance and reinforce the idea of people-centered justice. The concept of people-centered justice goes beyond a reform strategy. It requires a fundamental shift in how we perceive and deliver justice, ensuring that legal systems are accessible, fair, and inclusive for everyone. People-centered justice is a systematic approach. Rather than adopting reforms from some other seemingly successful countries, the concept is to use data and evidence to actually understand people's justice needs and then design a system that truly responds to those needs. The idea of people-centered justice resonates deeply with Germany's own efforts to ensure that justice systems not only function effectively, but also address the real-life needs of the people they serve. This is why, ever since it started in 2022, Germany has been supporting the Justice Action Coalition, a multi-stakeholder alliance of countries and organizations and a key driver of people-centered justice. The coalition aims to make tangible improvements in justice outcomes for individuals and communities worldwide. Through the Justice Action Coalition's Catalytic Fund, implemented by UNDP, Germany, and other donors, support activities in low and middle-income countries. These initiatives focus on co-creating strategies for people-centered justice reforms at the national level, while facilitating access to international expertise, partnerships, and financial resources. Proposals from a first call of the Catalytic Fund have been selected over the summer, and we're excited to see the first results of these initiatives. In collaboration with UNDP and UN Women, we also support the Gender Justice Platform with the goal of closing the global gender justice gap. The platform advocates for women's full realization of their rights and their active participation, including in leadership, decision-making, and peace-building roles. In 2024, new initiatives were launched in the Southeast Asia sub-region to establish a regional network of women judges in coordination with the Justice Action Coalition. In the era of polycrisis, UNDP, in collaboration with key stakeholders, has organized an excellent program to further promote people-centered justice and foster more just societies to ensure access to justice in accordance with SDG 16. Let us use this conference to learn from each other's experiences, exchange best practices, and take concrete steps towards building justice systems that truly work for everyone. I wish you all insightful exchanges and meaningful discussions in the days ahead. May this conference inspire collaboration and innovation in our joint pursuit of justice for all. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Hoop. And thank you all our distinguished speakers, Mr. Bawe, Ms. Otto, Mr. Petit, for the opening remarks that laid the ground and set us off on the right foot for the conference. To commence our proceedings, we are privileged to hear from two remarkable keynote speakers whose work embodies the principles of justice and inclusivity that we seek to promote. Our first speaker is the Honorable Chief Justice of Bangladesh, Syed Rafat Ahmed. It is a great honor to welcome the Honorable Chief Justice of Bangladesh with us today. We are truly grateful that His Excellency has taken the time to be here, given the recent political events in Bangladesh, and share his thoughts on these developments, as well as on the country's ongoing journey in the field of justice. His Excellency, the floor is yours.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As we convene this conference, the notion of sanctity of justice comes foremost to mind given the recent student-led revolution in Bangladesh. The people's will has been expressed through a collective voice demanding accountability in governance and thereby underscoring the crucial role of an independent judiciary in achieving just societies. The quest for justice in Asia and the Pacific is a story woven through centuries, a narrative marked by both progress and pain. The legacy of colonialism has cast a long shadow imposing foreign legal frameworks that often disregarded indigenous practices and customs. This resulted in the alienation of many communities from their own systems of justice and fostered a legacy of inequality that continues to impact the present day. We see a growing demand for a reimagined justice system respecting diversity, prioritizing inclusivity, and empowering individuals to participate in the pursuit of justice as active agents of change. Western liberal individualist ideology is seen by many in Asia as informing the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the two international covenants as representing an individualist ideology that should be revisited and reviewed in the Asian context. An alternate ideological base is found in the propagation of Asian values that have emerged from the Asian experience in state building and economic development. The Asian perception of human rights is accordingly said to be inextricably linked with economic development, harmony, national unity, and autonomy. My view is that a pragmatic approach should be taken of a gradual accommodation of universal democratic and human rights principles within the Asian socio-political culture. The Asian experience indeed shows that the achievement of such harmony and stability appears to hinge on the empowerment of the individual to a greater extent than previously deemed feasible. The empowerment of the individual becomes key towards strengthening community bonds and spearheading advancements at the community level. Bangladesh provides an instructive case study of the pursuit of inclusive justice within the Asia-Pacific region. The country's diverse socioeconomic circumstances, political landscape, and cultural context underscore the imperative for tailored approaches to guarantee justice for all. In Bangladesh, village courts have revitalized the historical tradition of community-based justice, significantly enhancing access to legal remedies at the grassroots level. We have also made significant progress in improving access to legal aid. The provision of legal aid represents a vital instrument for empowering those who are unable to pursue justice due to an array of constraints. In that sense, the scope of access to legal aid in Bangladesh has expanded beyond its initial focus on addressing financial limitations. In order to address the broader spectrum of barriers to justice, the Supreme Court has introduced a scheme similar to the capability approach. This innovative framework extends beyond the mere financial incapacity of individuals in order to encompass other obstacles that impede their ability to secure legal representation. One other promising approach to reform is the establishment of community-based legal aid programs through the diversionary mode of delivery of justice. I cite here in particular the efforts of one of our subordinate court judges who, as a dedicated district legal aid officer, worked tirelessly to bring justice to the doorstep of those often overlooked by traditional legal systems. Recognizing the importance of addressing issues at their source, he personally visited the sites of the disputes. For land-related conflicts, for example, he collaborated with an expert land surveyor from the Assistant Commissioner's Office, ensuring that mediation meetings were held on site. As he organized these mediation sessions, he understood that true justice extended beyond mere resolution. It required community involvement. Therefore, he arranged awareness programs alongside the mediation meetings, engaging local residents and elites to foster understanding of their rights and the legal processes available to them. After each mediation meeting, he took the initiative to hold follow-up awareness sessions. These sessions were designed to ensure that the knowledge of legal rights and services permeated every level of society and community. Furthermore, he reached out to local NGOs, journalists, lawyers, and educational institutions, conducting awareness programs that inform community members about their legal entitlements. Through his unwavering dedication and innovation approach, he transformed the landscape of legal aid in that particular district, creating an informal justice delivery system that was effective, cost-free, and free from harassment. Ladies and gentlemen, we all recognize that systemic inequities, which are deeply embedded within the social structure, serve to perpetuate cycles of disadvantage. The disparities faced by marginalized communities, defined by factors such as economic status, ethnicity, or gender, therefore, require due attention. In Bangladesh, public interest litigation, or PIL, aided by judicial activism, has emerged as a powerful tool for addressing social, ecological, health, and other connecting concerns about governance and holding concerned authorities accountable. Collectively, these cases illustrate too how PIL can serve as a catalyst for progressive policy making. Indeed, a spate of such cases involving sustainable development and environmental degradation and environmental justice emerged eventually as a precursor to a constitutional provision dealing specifically with protection and improvement of the environment and biodiversity. Incorporating the principle of intergenerational equity in environmental law, Article 18A of the Bangladesh Constitution, that makes the present generation the trustees of future generations, has informed judicial thinking and pronouncements significantly. Institutional reform, ladies and gentlemen, is not merely a social requirement. Rather, it is an existential imperative that demands immediate action. My office in recent months has laid out a roadmap for reforming the justice sector in Bangladesh. At the core of these proposed reforms is the necessity to safeguard the independence of the judiciary from external influence in order to uphold the rule of law. It cannot be gainsaid that the establishment of an autonomous and impartial judiciary is essential for the advancement of constitutionalism, the protection of the rule of law, and the sustenance of democratic governance. The UN Basic Principles on the Independence of the Judiciary employs terminologies such as influences, pressures, and interference as antithetical to the independence of judiciary. Indeed, these factors determine the extent to which the judiciary may act impartially, free of bias, prejudice, fear, and extrajudicial compulsions and constraints. The independence of the judiciary is also a crucial element in the articulation of a limited form of government, whereby the government itself is constrained by the Constitution. It becomes imperative to appreciate here the relationship between the sovereign state and the sovereign people in the context of people being recognized in the ultimate analysis as the legitimate source of the state's powers. In this sense, a constitution can be considered as a compact or a social contract between the people and the government, establishing the government as a limited authority subject to specific conditions. The Constitution serves to safeguard individual liberties, thereby protecting individuals from encroachments by the government or other parties. That ideal constitutional structuring of the three organs of the state, that is the executive, legislature, and the judiciary, is imagined to operate as a system of checks and balances with an overarching aim of separation of power. The judiciary, as a crucial and independent component of such state apparatus, serves as a counter-majoritarian institution, thereby maintaining the separation of powers and ensuring the accountability of the executive and legislative branches. In the aftermath of the student-led July Revolution, the Supreme Court of Bangladesh has taken significant steps to safeguard the independence of the judiciary. The Supreme Court has submitted a proposal to the government to establish a separate secretariat aimed at ensuring interference-free judicial administration. Another notable achievement has been the validation of a ruling that nullified the 16th constitutional amendment to the Constitution of Bangladesh. This amendment sought to vest the authority to remove Supreme Court judges in parliamentarians, a move that was deemed unconstitutional. Consequently, the authority has been reconferred upon the Supreme Judicial Council, an in-house body comprising of the Chief Justice and the next most senior judges of the Appellate Division of the Supreme Court. It is similarly of great importance to establish transparent and well-defined procedures for the appointment of judges. As part of the reform scheme, the objective is to establish transparent and merit-based criteria that ensure the selection of judges, thereby reinforcing public confidence in the judiciary. Furthermore, as part of the reform scheme, there is an intention to digitize the judiciary in order to meet the evolving needs of a technology-oriented, globalized world and to enhance both accessibility and efficiency. This will facilitate greater engagement with the legal system of citizens and ensure the timely resolution of cases. It is equally our objective to ensure the training and education of lawyers and judges and to engage them in comparative studies of judicial systems, thereby bringing about necessary reforms based on best practices and innovative solutions that have proven to be effective in other comparable contexts. Through that end, we are setting up the Bangladesh Supreme Court Research Institute in Cox's Bazar, located in southeastern Bangladesh. In that regard as well, regional legal forums can function as a conduit for the exchange of experiences, the identification of shared challenges, and the formulation of collective strategies to enhance access to justice. In this connection, I want to cite here the example of the South Asia Judicial Conference on Environment and Climate Change held in Dhaka in 2016, organized by the Supreme Court of Bangladesh, which emphasized the importance of regional cooperation in addressing environmental justice issues. This conference exemplified how regional legal forums can serve as vital platforms for sharing experiences and formulating collective strategies. In conclusion, I reiterate that it is incumbent upon us to adopt a people-centered approach to the rule of law, thereby ensuring that our policies, Laws and institutions are equipped to uphold the fundamental tenets of the social contract I earlier spoke of. Let us therefore resolutely commit ourselves to these ideals as we labor in unison to build a more just and equitable society where the people remain the final arbiters of government and governance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Justice Ahmed, for your inspiring address and making time to be present with us today. Next, we are honored to welcome Richa Treta as our second keynote speaker. Richa is a dedicated law student and indigenous climate activist from Nepal, currently serving as a judicial clerk at the Supreme Court of Nepal. She also plays a pivotal role as the coordinator for the World's Youth for Climate Justice, where she collaborates with young leaders and policymakers to advocate for climate justice. Richa has been instrumental in drafting Nepal's first submission to the International Court of Justice regarding climate change and human rights. Her commitment to amplifying the voices of indigenous youth in climate discussions make her insights invaluable for our gathering today. Ms. Treta, the floor is yours.
Dear Excellencies, honorable judges, distinguished heads of delegations, and colleagues from around the world. My name is Richa, and I'm a climate justice advocate. It is an immense pleasure to speak as a youth representative after the Honorable Chief Justice of Bangladesh, where young people, just over the course of this past year, have led a historic uprising and a democratic revolution all through the streets of Dhaka. Your Excellencies, around 400 miles away from Dhaka, I grew up in the ancient, bustling city of Kathmandu, Nepal. In the tiny mountain villages that surround the capital city of Kathmandu, my father worked in disaster risk reduction. And growing up, I followed him virtually everywhere, like his little shadow. It is perhaps this childhood, with weekends and summer holidays spent in local communities, that I first began to see human faces in desperate pain as a result of the challenges brought on by a heating climate. Whether that was pregnant women in rural Nepal experiencing uterine rupture after having to walk 3 hours just to fetch water, or entire families in Spain that are being displaced by devastating floods just in the past week. It does not require me to stand here to remind any of us that climate change often poses a threat to people and communities that are already extremely vulnerable through almost no fault of their own. Your Excellencies, it has now been 6 years since I first began to follow my father to work with indigenous communities. And this is a problem that still continues to feel inherently unjust. In what I'm sure many of us here have thought to ourselves, I found myself thinking about how I'm not a scientist nor a politician. What role could I possibly play in helping solve the climate crisis? As a law student, I found myself thinking about how my legal training has equipped me to help defend the freedom of speech or the freedom of political assembly. But how could I possibly defend the air that we breathe? In seeking to answer this question, I joined a campaign born out of a classroom in Fiji, where a group of 27 law students came together to persuade the leaders of the Pacific Island to take the issue of climate change to the International Court of Justice. This inspired young people from all around the world, in Asia, in Africa, in Europe, the Americas, and the Caribbean, to lobby our own governments to seek clarification on the legal responsibility of large emitters of greenhouse gas emissions with respect to the human rights of present and future generations. In Nepal, as we sought to lobby our government to participate in these proceedings, we faced an unfortunate paradox. Despite being a staunch supporter of the international community and ground zero for climate change, we had never before been to the International Court of Justice. Surely then, we spent the better part of the past 3 years running circles from the Ministry of Environment to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and then again to the Ministry of Justice, with each agency unsure about whether this fell within their mandate or jurisdiction. We had at hand our legal arguments and witnessed testimonies from indigenous youth and Sherpa communities that are being driven away from their ancestral homes in the Himalayas to become climate refugees. We felt that it was crucial that judges hear our voice as they deliberated on this exceedingly important legal question, but we did not know where to go or if anyone would listen to us. In an act of pure panic and desperation, with just 4 days remaining, I emailed the Honorable Justice Dr. Ananda Mohan Bhattrai at our Supreme Court in Nepal. It was because he took the time to listen to his intern at the time that he connected us with the Prime Minister's office, where we were, in turn, able to convince the government to vote yes for this campaign. Soon enough, on the 29th of March 2023, the United Nations General Assembly adopted Resolution 77, bar 2276, calling on the ICJ to issue an advisory opinion on the obligation of states with respect to climate change. In a world that feels so fractured, this was a historic achievement for a youth-led movement because this was the first advisory opinion request that went through the UN General Assembly with consensus of all member states. Fast forward a month, and our written submission, in true Nepali fashion, arrived a day late at The Hague. But the ICJ, against all odds, made the rare exception to accept our submission. This has meant that for the very first time in its history, on the 2nd of December 2024, in less than a month from now, Nepal will go to the International Court of Justice to participate in oral pleadings, with our official position having been drafted by 26 law students from law schools all across Nepal. In the days to come, when the World Court issues this advisory opinion, we hope that it will allow national jurisdictions a common language and a shared grammar to enforce more ambitious actions under the Paris Agreement. Here in the Asia-Pacific, as we share the same common air and the same watershed, we hope that this advisory opinion will provide an authoritative basis for more concentrated regional action on adaptation and mitigation, while allowing us to interpret areas of international law that are currently being interpreted in silos, namely that of human rights and the environment. Most importantly, perhaps, we hope that it will serve as a critical tool for all of us here to advance the rights and well-being of humans, non-humans, and the web of life that sustains us all. In closing, Your Excellencies, as I look around this room, I see decision makers and power holders. That is particularly why, on behalf of a generation that is inheriting a deeply devastated and wounded planet Earth, I implore you to think about why so many of us here chose to study the law and go into public service. In the days following this important conference, as you draft laws and judgments and potentially move to prosecute those who dare stand up to corporate greed, I hope you are able to do so reminded that our planet is a miracle and not a resource. To my fellow activists, as we watch inaction and elections the world over in complete horror, let us channel this grief and disbelief into resolve for building a unified global movement that liberates all people and every ecosystem. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Shraddha, for your profound insights and sharing with us the committed and incredible journey of the young people on climate justice. As we listen to these two distinguished speakers, let us reflect on their messages and consider how we can apply their insights into our own context. Together, we have the opportunity to shape a future where justice is truly people-centered, accessible, equitable, and responsive to the needs of all. Before we are going to proceed with the opening session, we would like to capture this memorable moment with a group photo. First, our distinguished speakers, I would like to invite you to stand on the stage. The organizing team, please kindly provide us a signal for the photos. Everyone, may I ask you to join us? Please stand up from your seat, turn around and look back up. The photographer will take the photo from the back. For people sitting in the back of the room, please join us in the middle and make sure everyone sees the camera. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all your participation. It's a little challenging to capture such a big crowd, but thank you so much. Now, as we move forward in our program, I would like to invite you all. For the speakers in the opening session just now, may I ask for you to take photos with the speakers outside on the board, right outside of this conference room, please?
Good job.
You're good, you don't have heels.
Yeah.
It's terrible. I will change my shoes.
Hello, colleagues. We will be starting the opening plenary soon. May I also invite Ms. Trey Petit-Tendon to the panel? Good morning, everyone. The opening plenary will be starting soon, so please remain seated. Good morning, everyone. So a warm welcome to all of you joining us. Before the opening plenary, I think would be good to take a few minutes to announce some safety protocols. So UNDP and our partners strives to create an enabling environment for all participants, organizers, or those otherwise involved with the conference that's inclusive, respectful, and safe. We will respect all involved to behave with dignity and respect to all involved in spite of potential differences based on gender, age, ethnicity, sexuality, religion, disability, physical appearance, or any other distinguished features. So during the conference, if a participant feels they have been harassed or have been witness to inappropriate behavior, we encounter you to contact Sheila or Hatsumi or Yui immediately, or anyone else from the organizing committee team whom you feel comfortable speaking to. And just a note that there will be a few sessions with quite sensitive content, and also the panelists who might wish to not being posted on social media. So the MC will be announcing some protocols right before the session. Thank you for your attention on this safety protocol. For the opening plenary, in the coming 75 minutes, it will set the stage for the key themes that we explore throughout the conference. We will dive into the concept of people-centered justice and examine the emerging justice challenges facing in our region. Let me pass over the floor to my colleague, Aparna, Program Advisor for Rule of Law, Human Rights, and Security at UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub.
Thank you, Sheila. And good morning, everyone. Please take your seats. We are going to get this panel started now. So let me start first. Excellencies, honorable judges, ladies and gentlemen. So good morning, and I'd like to start by welcoming all the participants in the room and also many who are joining us online. We had over 400 people register for this conference, which I think is an incredible testament to the interest on the issues around people-centered justice. So it is my great privilege to welcome you to this opening plenary session with our very distinguished panel here of speakers with whom we're going to explore some of the frontier justice issues facing the region, as Sheila just mentioned, and indeed globally on promoting access to justice for all. We've already heard in the opening remarks and the keynote this morning the deep intersection between development and justice. Access to justice, as you all know, is the target of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Without access to justice, without respect for the rule of law and human rights, development can neither be inclusive nor sustainable. The aim of this conference is not just to highlight challenges, we all know there are many, but to look at what it is that can be done to urgently make progress in the remaining 6 years until 2030. How can we reverse some of the worrying trends that we are seeing? The growing justice gap, the declining trajectory on rule of law indicators, and how can we work collectively to identify more inclusive justice pathways that places people and planet at the center. So to help us unpack some of these issues, trends, and solutions further, and to really examine what a people and planet-centered approach to justice looks like, we have an eminent group of experts with us today. So it is my great honor to introduce you to this panel, which will further frame our discussions for the coming days. So to my left, we have Professor Vitit Munterborn. And Professor Munterborn is the Professor Emeritus at the Faculty of Law at Chulalongkorn University and the UN Special Rapporteur for Cambodia. Thank you, Professor, for joining us today to share your knowledge and experience from your current and previous roles as independent expert on many thematic and country mandates. Next to Professor Munterborn is Ms. Tripti Tandon. Ms. Tandon is the Deputy Director of the Lawyers Collective and has been working for over 15 years on addressing issues of HIV, law, and criminalization in human rights, including in relation to drug policies. And we look forward to hearing more on some of these issues in the course of this conversation. And then to my far left is Attorney Roberto Cadiz, who is the founding president of the Climate Action and Human Rights Institute and the former commissioner of the Commission on Human Rights in the Philippines. Attorney Cadiz has led the National Inquiry on Climate Change for the Commission and will be sharing more about this experience with us shortly. And to my left, we have some of our co-organizers for this conference. We have Ms. Patricia Kameri Mbote, who is the director of the Law Division at the United Nations Environmental Program. She has extensive knowledge and experience working on environmental law at local, national, and international levels. And then to my far right, we have Dr. Fiset Saardian, who is the executive director of the Thailand Institute of Justice. He has previously been a lecturer at the Chulalongkorn University and also served in the Ministry of Justice of Thailand. So with those introductions, I think we're going to dive into the conversation. And I'm going to turn to you first, Professor Vitit. Given your extensive experience working on human rights and rule of law in your current and previous roles, would you be able to share with us some of your reflections on key trends in the region? What are some of the issues of concern? And where do you also see some opportunities for hope?
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to Thailand for our friends from many countries. Wonderful to see you all, and I hope you have a wonderful time in this period of beginning of the winter, so it's cooler. The question of access to justice can be analyzed initially in terms of the what can be analyzed through 3 C's: concept, context, and content. Simple. Simply said, concept is really about access to fair treatment, fair and impartial treatment, usually linked with the quest for a remedy, maybe through the courts, maybe through other mechanisms. And that's what we're looking about today. Context, I think, is very important. We are dealing with power relations, not just law or rights. We're dealing with power relations. We're dealing with non-democracies. We're dealing with non-peace. We're dealing with non-sustainable development or non-green transition. So there are gradations in terms of what's possible, given that there are difficulties in terms of checks and balances pertaining to how to deal with the power relations, especially those who abuse the power. And there might be quite a few differently. And thirdly, in terms of the content of it all, I think this is very interesting because what we're talking about today is actually multifarious, giving us opportunities as well as interfacing with challenges. The first one is what we call usually civil justice, meaning go to the courts or maybe alternative dispute resolution using the law as a means. But what if the law is also an aberration coming through coup d'etat? In fact, in that quest for civil justice, it's not only a question of advising, inviting use of law, but inviting non-use of bad laws. I spend a lot of my life advocating desistance. Don't use bad laws before I get to the, okay, let's review and let's reform, as well as, of course, to advocate good use of bad laws, or not. Good use of good laws that we want. And we have plenty of these examples, particularly in non-democratic countries. So the invitation is to be very careful when we look at civil justice. And yes, we want to depend on the courts. We want good courts. We want independence of judiciary. We want transparent judiciary. But if you are under an authoritarian regime, most courts are co-opted or corrupt anyway. And go and visit prisons. I spend half my life visiting prisons. Also, a hotbed for a lot of corruption and manipulation. And I've advocated recently that prisons should be run by the Ministry of Health rather than Ministry of whatever, national security in many of these authoritarian countries. So be careful with civil justice, because it still depends upon how we see the context of it all, in terms of whether we're dealing with an open system or a non-open system. And we'll move from there in a moment to examples. Secondly, environmental justice. Of course, climate change, climate justice, etc., and very rightly advocated by the young. And there are 2 or 3 elements there that we agreed upon in terms of right to environment. Number 1, procedural right to participate, to share, to be informed. Secondly, substantive rights, claiming clean earth, clean air, non-persecution of ourselves. And thirdly, remedy. And we know very well, again, that the remedy, or the remedies as understood, are multifarious. Can be judicial, can be non-judicial, can be political leverage, not forgetting vulnerabilities in terms of catering for those who need to be respected very much in terms of their disadvantages. Thirdly, what about digital justice? Digital justice in a world of digitalization. I had to go up north quite recently to talk about digital detox. People over spending time on digitalization. You know, one country's going to ban social networks, social media for those under 16. Well, of course, digitalization has wonderful advantages, but there are considerations in terms of what justice we can also advocate. A very easy entry point is to say digital justice also means that we should take into account the rights of gig workers, platform workers, who also need to be protected in terms of labor law. And very fashionable in this region, digital justice means that all countries should have personal data protection laws. Not all countries have, but they all need. So that's an entry point, not necessarily the courts, but the law itself, which is not there, the good law that we need. Fourthly, gender justice. And here again, it might be law, it might mean remedies in courts and so on. And we are at the throes in this country of Thailand of seeing gender as something very broad. Not only gender, not affixed with biological sex, male, female, but gender as a social construct and more. We talk about gender diversity in this country much more. And from January this year, anyone, irrespective of gender, can marry, as the 3rd country of Asia to do so. So it's shifting. I know other countries don't yet, but please be open also to some of the developments right here in Thailand. 5th, social justice. Well, depends on law, maybe to decentralize your land, to recognize indigenous people's rights, and so on. But it's a fiscal issue as well, in terms of resourcing, as well as leadership. So it's a blend. Remedies there also depend upon a variety of factors, not only law, but resources, leadership, practices, policies, capacity building, data, etc., as well as some accountability. 6th, business human rights justice. Well, here, most of you may know that the UN framework is to advocate duty to protect, meaning the state's duty to protect, business duty to respect, particularly to undertake due diligence. And the crunch today is to whether to go for mandatory due diligence or voluntary. But you know, the European directive on this is now in force. The European directive on corporate sustainability, mandatory due diligence, and it will affect all of us, whether we like it or not, in terms of trade with Europe. They're going to measure you mandatorily in terms of how we measure beforehand impact assessment in terms of human rights, ex ante, at interim, and ex post. Mitigation, remedy also. And finally, social justice. And finally, seventh, what about access to spiritual justice? Does the UN address this? I think it's the most intriguing. Access to spiritual justice. Why is it that indigenous peoples use a certain spirit to be guardians of the forests? Why is it that UN instruments hardly ever use the term spirit? And I don't mean religious, but if you look at the Declaration on Indigenous Rights, there is the word spirit. But it's not in the UNO's declaration, it's not in the covenants that we've been referring to. So maybe that's also the challenge of the game. It's not only a material affair, but it's a spiritual affair. And we'll come to the how in a moment, beyond the digital detox. But what about the differentiation between the human with the spirit and the robot, AI, coming along, not necessarily with the spirit? And that's what our kids are going to live with in future. And one of the best analysts of AI is Kai-Fu Lee, who used to head Google. And he said this: the difference between us and AI is dexterity, creativity, and empathy. Now today, with generative AI testing our spirit, we're not so sure as to whether we're really only dexterous when AI is also dexterous. Nor are we sure about creativity because they're creating content, even deep fakes. But I think what we hold on to, at least today, is that we still seek to be and personify and embody the spirit of being human with empathy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Witted. Thank you for outlining those 7 different key themes and also highlighting spiritual justice along with social justice, gender justice, environmental justice, digital justice, among others. Maybe if I can follow up, the theme of this conference is around people-centered justice. And we're looking at justice not only as an abstract concept, but how it impacts people's daily lives. And so what, in your views, are some of the approaches that you have seen that has worked in strengthening access to justice, especially for marginalized communities? I think this links also to your point around access to justice is about addressing power relations at the heart of what it is trying to do. Over to you.
Thank you. We're going on to the how now. We just came from the what. I'm a volunteer. I've been a volunteer since my teens, I used to prune trees for seniors when I was in my teens. And I'm still a volunteer. I'm here as a volunteer today. Every week I volunteer, free of cost, particularly for local NGOs. And it's in that sort of mindset that I also work with civil justice, particularly the law and the courts and the activities. Many years ago, I was doing legal dissemination work as linked with legal aid work. And I think that is a very important entry point for justice in terms of building the mind of the young, when I was young then, together with learning and being with rural people. And we were working in northeastern Thailand there. We created cartoons and games against child prostitution, against child labor, which we used for training. And very often when we were training at the local level, we found that the law was actually aberrant. The law was blocking development. So we would have to learn from there and then bring back that knowledge to advocate law reform. Forestry law, conservation law, often superimposed on people at the local level without their participation, for example. And also to be astute and survive. Very often there's no remedy at the local level. and there's no remedy at the national level. So use the United Nations. Complain to ESCAP, please, and see how they do it. I get complaints globally as UN Special Rapporteur on many mandates, and so I act on your behalf, even if local remedies have not been exhausted. Sometimes it works, sometimes it does not work, and that's life. Maybe there's no remedy tomorrow, but we must at least advocate the preferred way. Otherwise, we'll be stopped. We'll be shut up, sadly, by those who rule and enjoy the power base. So there, I think my message is be astute, be creative, be different from the AI, maybe. Secondly, on the environment justice side, well, you have very good examples. I mean, you have the Montana example of young people suing the state of Montana for not having environmental impact assessment and getting damages. I mean, that's happening in Thailand all the time. And it's interesting that in one case, called the Kliti case, village people were affected by pollution from the factory next door, and partly also because of omission by the state authorities. They didn't have a plan to deal with it locally, while the pollution was coming from the factory next door. So, case was taken to administrative court as an obligation of conduct to have a plan, and the authorities were justly responsible, while another case was taken to another court, the ordinary courts, suing the factory for the obligation result in terms of their having caused the damage. So maybe you need also options in terms of which courts you use, because the obligations might be different in regard to the state on the one hand and the business sector on the other hand. Thirdly, digital justice. I think that a very important emergence is personal data protection law, which we are covering more and more in this region. And under that, you can also target special protection of children. And this is emerging very much. You know, the chip makers in the United States, for example, now incorporate into their policy no targeting of children for commercialism if they are under 13. And in Europe, it's 15. And we're thinking about it here. So you can incorporate this as a part of protection of children in terms of vulnerability in the digitalization process. And for the AI, even though there's no consensus on a treaty on this internationally, certain commonalities are emerging today. Number one, humans must be in control, in the loop. That is human, people-centered justice, not just people-centered justice, human-centered justice in the face of AI coming in more and more. Very important. Humans must be in the loop. And secondly, the most comprehensive law on this at this point in time is the European AI law. And if you compare it with China's also interesting move to register algorithms, there is a commonality even between the two, and it is this. AI-produced content must be labeled. So watermarking of AI is emerging, together with personal data protection, together with protection of vulnerabilities, against social profiling, against discrimination, against exploitation of children, bearing in mind the variabilities of the political context. Fourthly, on the gender justice, well, classic in Thailand, it's not just going to courts. Many of us, including my humble self, advocated for the new revision of the civil code. Now the words husband and wife have been taken out. Boy, girl, male, female taken out, whether you agree with it or not. But this is the new law in Thailand. We use the word persons and spouses. Persons and spouses. No male, female anymore. And we also raise the standard of marriage for everyone in this new law. 18. Moving up to comply with CEDAW Convention, for example. Fourth, and then fifth, social justice. Well, lots of good examples. I think a very key idea is also not only to have fiscal measures to decentralize, to tax land, to have inheritance tax, but to look at the people who are vulnerable. So an emerging phenomenon, particularly as impacted upon by climate change, is to have more social protection measures so that people can cope better. Maternity leave, paternity leave, and in future in Thailand, parental leave. Just parental leave. Also carer leave, to look after the children as well as the seniors. Carers will be very important in a world of changing demography. Small children's population here, but huge seniors. 35% of the Thai population will be seniors by the year 2050. So watch out, whatever your society is. And finally, business human rights. Well, lots of opportunities, due diligence. We have a growth industry, actually, of professionals coming in. And students can be involved also, at least in terms of mooting, in terms of practicing, and be involved in the actual assessments. Tag along with the business sector that's coming on board here. And this is different from corporate social responsibility. It's not a charitable element anymore. It's corporate social responsibility. And if we don't like the word accountability, some states don't like, let's do it middle road. Remediation is the name of the game for Asia. If you don't like accountability, use the word and the pitch of remediation. Remedies in their various manifestations. And lastly, what about spiritual justice? You know, in my humble work, I get complaints all the time. I get called names, not to the extent of being defamation so much. And what do? I pray for those people to be kinder. That's what I do. I invest in my spiritual strength. And I make merit for those who are not so nice to be nicer to other people. That's a very personal gesture. It doesn't cost anything unless you put money in the bowl of a monk or something. And we have wonderful examples. I mean, Islam, zakat, sharing wealth, and so on. So all religions, if you want to use religions, can contribute. But I'm not necessarily talking about religion. So last but not least, if you really want to access justice and have a good mind, deal with your stress factor, digital detox is important, but be an example to yourself. Keep fit, look after yourself when you're trying to help others. Do pro bono work, and that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Vitit, and for sharing really concrete examples of how we can personally also take this forward. So I turn now to Ms. Tripti Tandon, who has been working to address some of the issues around violence and discrimination, and perhaps pick up on some of the points you mentioned as well, Professor Vitit, around the engagement in terms of law reform, as well as in terms of legal aid. So Ms. Tandon, can you tell us more on how the law can be a tool to address some of these systemic injustices facing marginalized communities? Yes.
Thank you, Aparna. I want to just start with an anecdote. This is a legal scholar who had done research on what members of marginalized communities, tribal people in India feel about the criminal justice system. And the findings were interesting, where he said that most participants said that the men in the khaki uniform, which is the police in India, at least talk to us. But the men in the black robes, which is of course the judges, they don't even look at us. They just sign some papers and we go to prison. So I think because we're a room full of people in the justice sector, I think this is a very poignant note to begin with. Historically, of course, criminalized communities have been on the wrong side of the law, where they're accused of breaking or violating the law and not seen as persons deserving equal protection of the law. Now, in this context, how do you get these communities to have confidence in the law, to look to the law, to use it as a tool to access justice? And this required a whole lot of reimagination of legal processes and legal spaces where the law protects and not violates human rights. And this was the inception of the work of the Lawyers Collective in India over 4 decades ago, where besides providing legal aid and assistance, we engaged in instilling legal awareness, legal literacy, and held discussions with communities, not just about what the law is, but also what it should be. And this led to the enactment of various progressive laws, such as the Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act in 2005 in India, which is one of the first for this region. We were, of course, aided in our work by the fact that our high courts and Supreme Court were vested with the powers of judicial review under the Constitution. And the courts then pretty much can scrutinize and even strike down unfair or unconstitutional laws, policies, and executive actions. And this could also be resorted through public interest litigation, or PILs, as the Honorable Chief Justice Ahmed spoke about earlier, where courts relaxed the rules of standing and allowed a person or a group who was not directly affected by the concerned action to also challenge them in court. And it was the PIL mechanism that allowed us to successfully challenge the colonial era legislation, Section 377 of the Indian Penal Code, which criminalized same-sex relations. For another community that we work with, their big legal moment came, and this is sex workers, where the Indian Supreme Court, in a case where the court took suo motu cognizance, and apart from PILs, of course, the suo motu powers of the court are also important to allude to, of the precarious conditions in which they live and work. And of course, initially, the court was of the view that sex work itself is incompatible with dignity. But over the course of work done by a court-appointed panel and the litigation that we pursued for social protection of sex workers during COVID-19, finally in May 2022, the Indian Supreme Court said that sex workers are entitled to the right to live with dignity, and that dignity is impaired not by their work, but by the social stigma attached to their work, and passed a slew of directions for protection of their rights under Article 21, which includes directions for police and legal services authorities. Another example in India has been the National Legal Services Authority, a statutory body set up to look at access to legal aid and justice, ingenuously using its mandate, which was also to carry out social justice litigation for matters of special concern to the weaker sections of society. And the NALSA then petitioned the Supreme Court for recognizing the rights of transgender persons, including self-determination of one's gender identity. So I think we've had in India, legal aid, PIL, suo motu powers, and other creative ways in which courts have been oriented towards marginalized communities, and that have contributed to access to justice, especially for people most at risk of being left behind. Would you like me to address the challenges in this, or?
Yes, just as a follow-up, and maybe in terms of the challenges, but also in terms of, you talked about how the law can be a tool, but it also can be misused, right? And that's would be good to, I think earlier this morning we also heard about how it can be, there are increasing cases of judicial harassment. So what are some ways that we can address some of these issues of judicial harassment and counter discriminatory laws and policies that exist, especially in environments where we see shrinking civic space?
So for us, some of the challenges, of course, are firstly that sometimes courts pass orders, and typically in PILs, that are vague, nebulous, or fuzzy. They are these very high-sounding words, but they're pretty much incapable of implementation. So the communities feel very happy when the decision is announced, but days, months, or years later, they have nothing in hand. And of course, there have been instances where rights have been recognized without remedies, such as the celebrated Supreme Court decision on the right to privacy, where the Indian Supreme Court said that we all have the fundamental right to privacy, but this privacy is still elusive as, 7 years later, there are no statutory laws that address breaches of privacy. So people pretty much have nothing in hand. Another very clever tactic has been, and this is again speaking to the issue of PILs, is now we have PILs that are deliberately poorly drafted and even poorly argued, which courts readily reject, and these are used to then shield constitutionally suspect actions from challenge and claim that courts have actually approved of the particular government action, or law or policy. We have also had cases where, contrary to the constitutional norm and mandate, courts interpret fundamental rights narrowly and the state's power to restrict those rights very widely. Not only has the court upheld overly punitive laws, but also through its interpretation expanded the coercive powers of the state beyond what is originally provided by the legislature. And curiously, this has happened in the areas of drug control and money laundering, which are governed by international treaties. And in fact, our court has blindly applied resolutions and recommendations of global bodies, with the government raising the specter of international obligations, and the world is watching, and we must have very strict enforcement over these areas, and ignored the constitution and basic features of the legal system, which is what these treaties are actually themselves subject to. And needless to say, such decisions have resulted in the further weaponization of stringent laws and their use against political opponents, dissenters, and civil society. Worse still, in some cases, the court has not only refused to exercise the powers of judicial review, but has directed the prosecution of petitioners and activists seeking remedies on behalf of marginalized sections, such as tribal people and victims of communal riots. Now, it's one thing to dismiss or reject a case, but quite another to unleash the punitive state machinery on those speaking up for the oppressed. This has had a severe chilling effect and has ended up stifling access to justice for the most marginalized. In terms of, your question as to how to address these challenges, I think we all know and we acknowledge that there are no simple solutions. This is a very, very complex area. And I think the solutions, if any, must come from within, that is, internally from the judiciary, where judges know that they owe allegiance to the Constitution and nothing else, not to any other power or any other person, as well as externally through, debates, through, peer kind of influence, watchdogs, etc. But I think all of these can swing both ways. The dilemma really is that how do we insulate the judiciary from political interference or pressure from external quarters, and certainly we need to do that, but at the same time ensure that their actions are not beyond the pale of scrutiny. So I end here.
Thank you very much, Tripti. I think your points around, the law as a tool to ensure access to justice, but also the risk of weaponizing the laws are really important points. And how do we make sure that we have uphold the independence of the judiciary to make sure that in line with human rights and the Constitution. So thank you for that. I would like to now turn to Mr. Cadiz to make the link a bit further in terms of the role of independent institutions and as part of the broader justice ecosystem. So Mr. Cadiz, having been a commissioner at the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines and a practicing lawyer for more than 25 years before that, You've seen how national human rights institutions are complementary mechanisms to state-based justice mechanisms. Can you tell us a bit more about how they can work together with formal justice systems and other alternative means to provide remedies for victims of rights violations?
All right, I'm sorry. Thank you, Aparna. Okay, so if you look around us, there are actually very, very many access to justice platforms, not just courts. But the question is, how are we recognizing them and how are we effectively utilizing them? So actually, national human rights institutions are also access to justice mechanisms, but they are a different kind of a different kind of genre. They do not have compulsory processes. They do not have enforcement jurisdiction, but they have the capacity, the ability to address rights violations. And I am here to encourage rights advocates to look and explore how NHRIs may be utilized to complement courts and other state-based access to justice mechanisms, such as those that can be found even under the executive and legislative branches of government. So how do NHRIs, National Human Rights Institutions, complement courts? First, NHRIs, although as I said earlier, do not have enforcement jurisdiction, do not have compulsory processes. They have a very, very broad mandate, and that is to protect and uphold human rights. That's how broad the mandate is. And using this broad mandate, there are actually very, very many levers within national human rights institutions that can be operated to address even the most egregious human rights violations, many of which will not even be considered by courts as ripe for litigation. And later on, I think I will have an opportunity to talk about the climate inquiry which we conducted at the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines from 2015 to 2022. What are these levers? For example, national human rights institutions do conduct inquiries and investigations. They are not restrained by technical rules of procedure. They are not expensive. They can do investigations motu proprio. All these elements will not be, as a general rule, found in ordinary courts. The other advantage of NHRIs is that they can go beyond the issue of territorial jurisdiction, as I will explain later on when we conducted our climate inquiry. So they're very good also in handling transboundary issues. At the end of their inquiries and investigations, they issue findings and recommendations. These findings and recommendations can be adopted by courts. They can be taken due notice of by courts. They can be cited by parties before courts, which facilitates the presentation, the need to present more witnesses to prove certain issues that have already been subjects of discourse by NHRIs in their respective processes. They can also be used by legislative assemblies in the crafting of laws. And laws, as we all know, at least in theory, seek to protect or prevent human rights violations or to promote human rights protection. So the other advantage of NHRIs is that they can go beyond initial issues that are presented to them by parties. Unlike courts, courts cannot go beyond the issues as defined by very individual parties, the plaintiffs and the respondents or the defendants. But national human rights institutions can go beyond such issues if they see that they're relevant, that there is relevance in tackling these further collateral issues. And this would be this power, this ability of the NHRIs to do so will be much explained later on. I will stop there, Aparna.
Thank you, Mr. Cadiz. And you mentioned the Commission of Human Rights of the Philippines National Inquiry on Climate Change. Can you tell us a bit more about that briefly, as we're running out of time? And also, you have a proposal for an inter-NHRI inquiry mechanism for handling transboundary issues. Maybe you can elaborate and share a little bit about your ideas around that.
Thank you. That would take a lot of time, but so I'll be very brief. I don't think I have that much time. But I think tomorrow I will have an opportunity to discuss this in more detail in a side meeting at 5 p.m., 5:10 p.m., I think, but the details of which we can perhaps announce later. But briefly, talking about our national inquiry on climate change. So in 2015, a petition was filed before our commission seeking to establish climate change as a human rights issue. Previous to this, many cases have been filed before regular courts seeking to address the challenges posed by climate change, and they've practically all been dismissed by courts. And even the very first attempt to frame climate change as a human rights issue, filed in 2005 before the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, was dismissed by this Inter-American Commission under the Organization of American States. At that time, it was very difficult for people to appreciate, because climate change to many advocates is a very solid issue, but to most people, they are nascent issues, and very few people could appreciate how climate change could be considered as a human rights issue, especially given the challenges concerning scientific attribution. And the thinking then was that if you cannot solve the attribution issue, if you cannot link the violation to a particular violator, such that they can be held liable for the injuries caused by climate change, then it is not a human rights issue. And so in 2015, the advocates thought of framing it as a human rights issue, and they perhaps thought that it would be best to file it before our commission, because 2 years previous to that, our country had the unfortunate experience of having suffered the greatest typhoon in recorded history to have visited Earth, which in 2 hours killed 6,000 people at least. And so they chose our commission as a venue, and they framed climate change as a human rights issue, just to advance the discourse on this. You can just imagine the parties who are being implicated by the petitioners. They were the biggest carbon majors, the biggest multinational corporations that were not even domiciled in the Philippines. And you can just imagine the big law firms that were representing them before a challenge commission such as our commission, with very limited resources. And one of the first challenges they put up was to challenge our jurisdiction. They said, you are not a court, you are just a Human Rights Commission. Climate change is not even a human rights issue. Of course, that big issue of territorial jurisdiction. They sought to dismiss the petition, but we, as I said, we found a way to use our commission because we realized that this was a very, very big existential threat, and somehow we had to find a way to be a part of this dialogue. And so we dismissed the objections. I don't think I have much time to explain later on today, but later on, maybe tomorrow I can. But suffice it to say that we invoked, just finding a way to go through with the advocacy, we invoked the principle that the mandate holder also has the power to define what is the scope of its mandate. And just by invoking that, we were able to proceed with our proceedings. We said that climate change was an issue that's not limited, cannot be limited within a particular state jurisdiction such as the Philippines, because this is a global issue. And we said that we were going to conduct a global inquiry, which we did. So we held 10 hearings in Manila, and surprise, we held 2 hearings in New York, in no less than the premises of the New York Bar Association. And we also held 2 hearings in Europe, in London, at the London School of Economics. We emphasized several elements here. Number one, we underscored the fact that climate change was a global issue, and that's why we were in these other continents. Number two, we recognized that we wanted to also give due process to the major companies that were being implicated in the crisis. Most of them were represented by the biggest New York companies, and many of them were also located in Europe. The respondents said they were not going to participate, as we could not compel them, and we did not attempt to compel them. It would have been foolish for us to do so. We cannot compel them. We have no subpoena powers to compel them to appear, and we cannot enforce penalties on them should they refuse to do so. But we said that whether or not they choose to appear, we will come out with our findings and recommendations based on the evidence that will be presented before us. And that was what we did, and the rest is history. So the findings and recommendations are now being invoked by law firms in many, many jurisdictions. And the process that we employed is now regarded as a landmark development in the practice of national human rights institutions in the conduct of their inquiries. Now, which brings me to our advocacy regarding the creation of inter-NHRI inquiry panels. We have proven in our climate inquiry that even just a single national human rights institution can conduct a global dialogue. You just have to be creative, you just have to know your limits, and you have to observe due process of law. Now, the next step is to gather, promote collaboration among different NHRIs in the consideration of many, many human rights issues, which we now see are mostly transboundary. Many, many human rights issues right now are actually transboundary. And it would be very, very difficult if individual state jurisdictions would be left, in NHRIs would be left alone, as we have encountered the difficulties in grappling with these issues. by combining inter-NHRIs in a collaborative effort, and then it will have more gravitas in its findings. There will be more sharing of resources. There will be more depth in their findings. And so this is what we are trying to promote now, and we sincerely believe that this is a doable mechanism. As we are now trying to do within the Southeast Asia NHRI Forum, we have started our efforts even during my term before my retirement. I retired in 2022, but in 2017, it has actually already received much support. And now we are trying to revive it. 2 months, 3 months ago, we recently had held within the Commission on Human Rights of the Philippines a session, a meeting that involved the NHRIs within the ASEAN. And they are very supportive of this. This has the support of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, the Asia Pacific Forum, and other international NGOs. And this is really the way to go. There is no other way forward but to promote collaboration among national human rights institutions, and later on, collaboration between NHRI forums and intergovernmental human rights forums, such as within our region, the IADCHR. So I will stop there.
Thank you very much,
Thank you very much.
Mr. Cadiz. I would like to now turn to Ms. Patricia Kameri Mbote, because she'll be speaking on around environmental and climate justice issues, which are some of the issues that you have also raised, Mr. Cadiz. So, Ms. Kameri Mbote, Asia, we know, is the most disaster-prone region in the world, with communities in vulnerable situations facing significant impacts of climate change and environmental harm, as we heard this morning from one of our keynote speakers as well. As the discussion globally on loss and damage evolves, what trends are you seeing at the national levels to address the disproportionate impact of climate change, both within legislative frameworks and judicial decisions, and also what tools exist to support states at the national level to address some of the negative impacts of climate change, especially on marginalized communities? So over to you.
Thank you, Apana, for the question. I'd like to start by acknowledging the organizers and supporters of this forum. I think I start at the point of the climate crisis, whose impacts have been growing exponentially. I think we note that the planet is becoming warmer, and today we are dealing with what was referred to in the plenary session as a polycrisis. And the polycrisis is where we have the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution coming together with other crises, such as conflict for territory and resources, as well as displacement and deteriorating health. In preparing for COP29, which is starting today in Baku, Azerbaijan, UNEP launched its emissions gap report titled No More Hot Air, Please. And in this report, UNEP underscores the massive gap between the initiatives that are being taken and the rhetoric of coping and dealing with climate change. And it is clear from that report that the nationally determined contributions that are set to be submitted next year must have a greater ambition. And before COP30, which will be held in Belém in Brazil, we need nationally determined contributions that will deliver more than the ones that are currently in place promise. If we continue with the nationally determined contributions that are in place now, we can expect that we will have more rise in the temperatures, and global warming will get up to 2.6 degrees centigrade over the course of the century. So more needs to be done to address climate change, and it is heartening to note that the groups that are marginalized have actually come up to run with this challenge. We see women, children, youth, and indigenous peoples becoming champions of the environmental rule of law. The environmental rule of law being the application of conventional rule of law principles in the area of the environment. The groups are coming together to demand more accountability from governments and corporations, and they have actually started turning to courts, to tribunals, and to quasi-judicial bodies to demand climate justice. We see interesting trends and encouraging ones in this region. One is the constitutional or legal protection of civic engagement, which is not widespread around the world. We see the Constitution of Thailand 2017 guaranteeing the rights of access to information and public participation in environmental decision-making. Secondly, we see a recognition that human rights defenders need stronger laws and policies to protect them. And here, Mongolia has a law demonstrating this. We also see that social media and citizen science have emerged as key drivers for thematic engagement and information dissemination, and Bangladesh and Singapore have demonstrated and are leading in this. We also see environmental courts and tribunals increasingly being established, and China today has more than 2,000 environmental courts and tribunals in place. This has also funded growth in climate litigation, seeking to accountability, justice, and protection of human rights. And in the Global Climate Litigation Report published in 2023, we see that as of 2022 December, 2,180 climate-related cases had been filed in 65 jurisdictions. Of these, about 6.6% are from Asia and 23.2% from Oceania. So these reports actually focus on climate change law, policy, and science, and are collected periodically to track the trends. The report further shows that the climate cases fall into 6 categories. They are the rights-based climate litigation, domestic enforcement cases, keep fossil fuels in the ground cases, corporate liability and responsibility cases, climate disclosures and greenwashing cases, and failure to adapt and impacts of adaptation cases. Further, last year, we also saw an increase in recourse to international courts and tribunals, and the ongoing advisory opinion by the International Court of Justice, which is actually the first time the International Court of Justice is looking at climate change and the obligation of states on this, is an encouraging development. We are also seeing an increase in legislation that seeks to implement international obligations of states under the climate regime nationally. So we have climate change laws, including framework climate legislation being passed by states in the region. Fiji passed their Climate Change Act in 2021. The Environment Code of Cambodia of 2023 also has specific section on climate change. And we have a draft climate change law in Thailand. These laws, in addition to climate policies, are important to realize action needed to address climate change. Many tools exist to support member states to deal with the climate crisis, and I will only address a few that are hosted by UNEP. We have the Law and Environment Assistance Platform, which is an online and free-to-use database intended to provide a global resource to help countries put in place the legal frameworks they need to address climate change. UNEP also has the Law and Climate Change Toolkit, which provides a global resource to help countries to put in place the legal frameworks necessary for effective implementation of the Paris Agreement and the nationally determined contributions. Through this tool, which is available online, states can search for legislation, undertake a legal assessment on the fitness of their law, and identify different factors and lessons from other jurisdictions. UNEP's flagship program on environmental law, the Montevideo Program for the Development and Periodic Review of Environmental Law, a 10-year intergovernmental program, supports the development and implementation of environmental rule of law by providing technical assistance to states. It works with the key stakeholders in environmental rule of law, to build capacity of different actors, including parliamentarians, judges, and customs officers. Finally, there are a number of knowledge products produced by UNEP, and these include the environmental rule of law reports, the climate litigation reports, as well as reports on environmental courts and tribunals. UNEP has worked a lot on bringing the link between environment and human rights. And I think the two resolutions, one by the Council of Human Rights and the other one by the United Nations General Assembly on the universal human rights to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, have been very important in helping to deal with the climate crisis. These are not remaining just in climate, because the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework also included it, and this was concluded in the 15th meeting of Conference of Parties of the CBD in 2022. Today, we have the right to a healthy environment legally recognized in 164 states through constitutions, legislation, and regional treaties. And the key elements in this are access to information, public participation, and access to justice. We have more than 70% of UN member states having legal provisions at national and subnational levels guaranteeing these rights. And it is noteworthy that in the Asia-Pacific region, only 55% of the total Asia-Pacific states have the right. But this is, it is not all lost, because regional frameworks can also help. And the ASEAN region is currently discussing a framework on environmental rights, the ASEAN Declaration on the Right to a Safe, Clean, Healthy, and Sustainable Environment, on which a consultation was held last week. So increasingly, we also see in other parts of the world, like in Africa, calls for regional instruments. And these have been inspired by the Escazú Agreement in the Latin American space. So mechanisms or instruments are needed to accelerate actions and remedies, and this is what we've heard about this morning. And at the end of the day, what we need to do is to have components for the protection, promotion, respect, and fulfillment of human rights. And this will ensure that we implement the right to a healthy environment and that it doesn't remain just on paper. Universal implementation of norms related to procedural environmental rights also lead to more legitimate environmental decisions and policy making. And they also guarantee transparency and accountability, building trust in governmental action by communities and individuals, not just in the realm of the environment, but also in business and other realms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for really highlighting that people-centered justice is strongly linked to environmental justice and promoting accountability for environmental harms. I'm going to now turn to our last speaker, Dr. Fisset, and I know we are very much over time, so we'll try to wrap it up after Dr. Fisset's intervention, and unfortunately we will not have time for questions, but this helps set the framing for the discussions in the following session and in the coming days. So, Dr. Fisset, despite the significant justice challenges in the region and the negative trends and some of the trends that Professor Witted and others have referred to, we're also seeing new and innovative ways to address these entrenched justice challenges. What do you see in your experience in the Thailand Institute of Justice? What are some of the innovative approaches that have been effective in encouraging justice systems to be more responsive to people and their priorities? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aparna. In light of limited time, I'll probably start with giving you 3 frameworks that I use to assess the progress made with this regard. I think in order for the justice system to be more people-centered, really we need to adopt an empirical and evidence-based approach. We need really to make use of data and information that would tell us what are the needs of the people on the ground as they experience them. Of course, we need to have collaboration, but I would emphasize the need for a whole society approach to collaboration. And lastly, we need an ecosystem in order for the justice innovation to work. So going back to what do I see in terms of progress made, I think in terms of making use of the empirical data, we have seen development and big movement within the Court of Justice in several countries in trying to make use of the digital technology to learn more about the service and how to make it more friendly to their users. In Thailand, earlier this year, the Court of Justice initiated a project called Justice by Design, and that in a nutshell, they try to use the design thinking approach, and they work with not only the court personnel or high-level justice, they invite ordinary people, the ordinary user of the court service to attend 10 weeks workshop, trying to ideate, trying to see the problem from the point of view of the users of the court. And of course, UNDP Thailand has been a kind sponsor for this event. This is the first and early attempt, but very promising effort to try to be more people-centered. And one example that came out from this project is that the court now realized that their website is not very friendly for people with vision hindrance, disability. So they upgrade their service now, thanks to this insight. But of course, this is focusing on the early attempts by the court, and it focuses on the people who already come to the court. Another example I'd like to share is the attempt to map out the whole justice needs. And this, my organization, the Thailand Institute of Justice, has been involved with partners to conduct the first justice needs survey in Thailand in 2022, covering over 2,000 households. And we confirmed that the justice needs changes depending on who you're talking about and where they live. But the most prevalent justice needs that was identified from this study is probably the 3 big common challenges: fraud, land dispute, and also violence. We then look a little bit more deeper into what are the circumstances, the context, to use the word by Professor Witted, what are the contexts that surround the experience of people. And we realize it comes to the old story of 3 C's. When they try to access justice, they found the justice system too complicated, too confusing, and too costly. And this makes them very limited in terms of their ability to handle with the justice need or the situation at hand, and it makes it very hard to get access. So we are trying to make use of this evidence when we design our justice innovation here in Thailand, and we want to work with other partners in order to make use of this insight to make a system-wide. I think I have 1 minute left, so I guess I would like to emphasize the need for ecosystem. And here in the justice sector, sadly, it's very hard for innovator to thrive because of the lack of, there are very limited number of innovators, justice innovator to begin with, but within the limited amount of innovators that are available, it's very hard to sustain the operation due to lack of understanding. So here in Thailand, we try to make a big narrative of convincing the general public that whatever happens that needs treatment from the criminal justice system, for instance, crime, violence, it has a societal-wide causes. And we just recently conduct a study with OECD to map this cost, social cost, and it turns out the cost of crime and of course the operation of criminal justice system amount to about 972 billion baht. It's about 5.62% of the Thailand's GDP. And this means that whatever happens that make people suffer and need justice remedy, it's not just limited to those who are affected, but it affects the whole society in terms of loss of productivity and so on and so forth. And we want to be able to use this kind of narrative to really wake up, to send a wake-up call and invite people from, of course, the government, the civil society, and private sector, so that they can always realize that this is a common issue and they need to work together and really to follow the whole society approach to collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fiset. So with that, I think we will be concluding this opening plenary. My apologies for the delay. I think we've started into the next panel, but I would just like to conclude by thanking all the panelists for their contributions and reflections on what it means to have a people and planet-centric approach, and how we can orient our approach to make sure that it is very much human-centered, as Dr. Vidit was talking about, in terms of how we approach justice sector reform. So with that, please, there's coffee outside, and thank you very much for your engagement and attention.
ำได้ดีมากเลยตอนนี้สวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับสวัสดีครับ I think they want now, because the law, in time, the law is that.
Hi, Fernando. Yes. Hi, Simone. Nice to meet you. Welcome. Already. Yeah, thank you for everything. You fly from where? From New York. Oh, okay. So, yeah, we're right. Okay. How's the jet lag? Yeah, now it's good you have the session. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's such a long flight that you just sleep. And, where did you transit? In Doha. Where's our there? Yeah. How long do you stay? I'm flying back last night. So thanks for coming and stepping in after this one. Oh, the opening was very good. Very good speaker. Was it like 6 weeks? So I really come to try. Usually she just because language is very interesting. Okay, youth. I know she was good. She's one of our youths. YECA, it's called YECA. Not from It's she's from the region. She's good. Because no, that's why it's good. It's a really successful story, showing the challenges that they do. She started to work on ahead, I guess. Yeah, so we have every 3 years. We're done. Congratulations. We had a massive exchange of emails in Spain, visas. Maybe by that all people mentioned them. No, which is not very common. Only one session, ODI session, financing, usually people we connect to them online. Civilization. Okay, good. Your session. Perfect.
Oh, given what a big heart. I'm still working with these. No problem at all. I would have that position. Covering Cambodia. Always working with them. Before and after. Long before. Good luck with it. So what's the session on?
It's on creating the people of justice.
Likewise, thanks very much. Me too. Oh, lovely Indonesia. Yes, we're going to see a lot of Indonesians next week with Aicha. They're coming to conference. Oh, thank you. I wanted that spiritual justice. We have a race. Yes, of course. Yes, sure. You're with the partner? Which year? Oh, congratulations. Lost one percent. Chief Justice of Indonesia, isn't it?
So okay, good.
That's when you really need justice.
So yeah, I probably
Thank you so much. Can we leave you with the dress? Because I see a lot of Indonesians including, and whatever we can do to help. I did training on women's rights for you at Perempuan. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure whether I have a card. Oh, don't worry, don't worry.
to refer people to online. Yes, to say that
We'll be in touch, huh? And
so we can get the
I come once in a while to yes, I come to CSIS, I come to COMNAS, so there are opportunities, and I'm very happy to. And I train judges. I train judges. I train judges here. I train all the different judiciaries, except the military. But so you know, I'm very au fait. I'm very at one with what's possible. Well, I try to be, and I try to open avenues for everyone. It's a joy, great pleasure. Thank you. My name is Victor. But I think, you know, Ironic card? Can I write it for you? Oh.
I'm looking for a drugstore in the evening.
Very possible we have law degrees now.
I mean, I'm supposed to arrive at 6:30, and then the flight was delayed for like an hour.
Oh, yeah.
There was a lot of
This week I think is busy week for also this week global meeting tomorrow until Tuesday. So
Thank you for your interest.
also Countable Sustainable Palm Oil Group also meeting here group so the pipeline is very limited this year.
Yeah, everything. Yeah. We ended up, not partners, right? Not near partners, all the options.
Sorry. You be my friend. Sorry, it's a but you can find it on the email. You can find it on the internet. Oh, that one, huh? I'll give you
But not
yeah, this is
let's go like just 1 hour.
all right. A bit better. Thank you. The other kind of sense.
Yeah, all together. But it's also the same conference. Viciously. Oh my god, they're close enough. I like every 5 minutes there was, oh, there's one more speaker. Oh, there's one more speaker. Like, yeah.
I think maximum speaker is just 3 in one session. More than 4 inside it. I'm serious. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Even in the next session, I see 6 speakers on one session.
And then when you were speaking, you say, oh, I have 10 minutes. Seems like a lot of time. 10 minutes is absolutely
That is what
nothing.
was driving me crazy last night. Because I kept practicing still.
Look where you're going. Are you from Beijing?
Yeah.
What is making the difference? And then you wonder whether what is remaining now makes sense.
Yeah, exactly. Like, hello, thank you, goodbye.
Thank you very much. Are you from Indonesia? Ah. Salamat.
Okay. You will go fast, yeah.
Thank you for your interest. Thank you for your interest. I don't have contact. But maybe they can write down my address. Which organization? Conrad? University? Oh, you know, like women's rights training for Perempuan?
Yes. And they're all.
I love doing that so much, you know.
Maybe we should take the picture together now.
Yes.
Hi, Fern.
Yes, Fernando. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you for all the organization.
Yeah, I will be MC a little for your session, so I would just like to ask if you will invite the panelists yourself or what you want to do.
No, we will just start sitting and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, see, exactly.
Good. Okay. I think that's better. Yeah.
Yeah.
So have everyone sit, and then I'll just hand
Pass it to me and I will introduce everyone.
Yes.
And yeah, excellent.
Okay,
Perfect.
amazing.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Could you take us a picture of all of us?
Of course.
We have camp.
Okay, so you her. Whole project.
Yeah, sure. Can I write it down?
No, but it's yeah, because like I have already looked forward to information regarding those organizations that I see on YouTube and like that. But on their social media, it's on the rise. Like basically, like I really want to have opportunities and things that I'm really trying to learn. Like I'm really trying to learn. Yeah, and the thing is that if I learn, then probably maybe I can excel in like daily conversations. Obviously, professional environments, I can't be that good.
That's a good idea.
It's about kindness, about empathy, but it's also about practical things like not like about
First is more.
You know you very well. We've done
remain. But the thing is that like remaining is not the aim that I want to be.
Last year, he faced this. He ate everything by himself.
I really want to do that as well. But the thing is that I'm basically in the mood of like negativity and positivity, like or initiating things or going backwards. So like yeah. There are not a lot. Like you can compare to EBA or EBA, like they have a lot of international students and exchange students, and there are so many English-based activities. the thing is that, you know, equality means that we need to include everyone, even though we're marginalized.
We will continue with the morning agenda in a couple of minutes. So if you are in the conference room, please take a seat. Thank you.
Do you need help? Can you take a picture for me? Thank you so much.
Welcome back to the conference room. We will now continue with the morning agenda. The overarching session, Building the Business Case in the Asia-Pacific Region, People-Centered Justice as a Transformative Enabler for Agenda 2030, will set the stage for our conference. As we pass the midpoint of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, it's clear that we must take decisive action to accelerate progress toward our shared goals. This session will explore how people-centered justice can serve as a powerful catalyst for achieving the SDGs and fostering inclusive, peaceful, and equitable societies across our region. Without further ado, I am pleased to hand over the stage to our moderator, Fernando Morani, Program Director, Justice, Inclusion, and Equality from Pathfinders, who will guide us through this session. Fernando, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Fern, and good morning, everyone. I hope that the coffee was a good incentive to have a very engaging second session this morning. First, let me introduce Pathfinders. We are one of the partners in this conference, and Pathfinders is a platform and initiative that was created in 2016 to unpack the SDG 16 and advance the targets of peace, justice, and inclusion. It's hosted by the Center for International Cooperation from New York University, and we bring together government, civil society, and the private sector, international organizations to achieve our goal. I'm really honored to be moderating this morning's session, as you heard, building the business case in the Asia and Pacific region for people-centered justice as a transformative enabler for Agenda 2030. And it's really a pleasure to welcome you all again here in the room, but also those who are following virtually through YouTube. We prepare, and we are very proud to have this amazing panel that represent the diverse perspective. We have people from government, people from international organizations, activists, grassroots representatives. We always said, like, without partnership, so what we said always is, like, To advance people-centered justice, we need partnership. Without partnership, we won't have people-centered justice. So we are really glad to be able this morning to hear all the different perspectives on what people is doing to advance these objectives. We were planning to have like a first intervention from each of the panelists, and then an interactive segment with all of you. We are a bit tight in time now because we're running a little bit behind schedule as any other conference around the world, but we have the commitment of the panelists to stick to their time, so at least we will have time for a few questions from your side. The objective today, as you heard of this overarching session, is to highlight the role of people-centered justice as a catalyst for achieving the SDGs, especially in fostering inclusive, peaceful, and equitable society across the Asia-Pacific region. We aim to explore how justice reform can act as a bridge to more resilient communities and societies, and to try to demonstrate how the economic and social return on invested on people-centered justice. We will try to address some of how reducing the justice gap and improving public trust in institutions will help to support individuals' rights, but also to contribute to sustainable growth. The investment in justice is indeed an investment in the social fabric and the economic health of our societies. We are convinced of this, and we hope that you will be convinced about this after listening to the panel this morning. Finally, through our discussion this morning, also we will try to identify actionable strategies for different stakeholders, what governments can do, what civil society can do, what private sector can do, and how to implement and invest on people-centered justice initiatives. Our focus definitely at the end is to addressing the unmet legal needs and strengthening institutional legitimacy, crucial for building public trust and accountability in our current world. I would like to, before moving into the panelists, to quickly thank UNDP and all the other organizers for their partnership and for invitations to be part of this conference. In particular, I need to thank also our team, the Pathfinders, the Justice team, who helped us put together this panel. And I hope that you will enjoy what we have to say. Finally, let me say that together with UNDP and Pathfinders, and in partnership with OECD, we serve as Secretariat of the Justice Action Coalition. The Justice Action Coalition is a multi-stakeholder, high-ambition coalition of countries and organizations championing for equal access to justice for all. Its guiding ambition is to close the global justice gap and to achieve measurable progress in justice outcome for people in communities by 2030 and beyond. The Justice Action Coalition is a platform for inspiration, dialogue, and action based on inclusion and diversity to bring together different voices, perspectives, and technical expertise on the rule of law and access to justice. The Justice Action Coalition, and we have here some material for you if you're interested to know more, come to look for me after the panel, have 4 work streams. The first one on data and evidence, the second one on strategy, programming, and innovation, a third work stream on communication, and a 4th work stream on finance for justice. Let me finalize this introduction saying that why advancing this agenda is relevant and how is this also engaged with the more broad work that is happening in New York. A month ago, a bit more than a month ago, head of states and government came together in New York to adopt the Pact for the Future. The Pact reaffirms the shared responsibility of all of us to accelerate the realization of the SDGs, including our commitment to building peaceful, just, and inclusive societies, provide access to justice for all, and building effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels, upholding human rights and fundamental freedoms. Today's conversation will be a step forward in that direction, and I'm eager to hear from our panelists and from you on new innovative strategies. And with this, let me now introduce the panelists that we will have this morning. The full bios are online, so I invite you, if you want to know more about their amazing careers, to go and check it on the website of the conference. But let me briefly introduce each of them. So we have with us Rebai Makanye Albake. Rebai is the Senior Advisor of Justice and Security for the Rule of Law, Security and Human Rights Team, Crisis Bureau of UNDP. We have Anushka Sinha, our young justice leader of Pathfinders. She's a social entrepreneur, human rights activist, and public speaker who has been advocating for gender and education equality since the age of 10. We have Aruna Roshni, Yoshi with us. She's the Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Law, Justice and Parliamentary Affairs, and National Project Director of the Access to Justice Project from Nepal. And we have also with us this morning Muhammad Isnur, Executive Director of Indonesia Legal Aid Foundation, and Martina Weyant, from Public Analyst from OADC, who is joining also this morning. As I said, like all of them have a long bios with great achievements and a lot of engagement working on people-centered justice, and you will trace through their statement. So let me move now into the first round of questions for the panelists. And I will start with Martina. Martina, can you tell us about the OECD work in terms of building a business case for people-centered justice? What does it mean to build a business case? Why is this important and how it can be relevant for this region?
Thank you very much, Fernando, and good morning, everyone. For the past decades, OECD has been advancing people-centered justice, contributing also to the SDG agenda. But at the very beginning, our work emphasized that justice is a public service like any other, also in line with the OECD framework on serving citizens. Through the exchange and collections of good practices globally and our analytical work, we have identified some key elements that shape a common understanding of people-centered justice. We have established a globally supported and universal framework through the OECD recommendation on access to justice and people-centered justice system, our policy framework, and also good practice principles. Those documents outline the key characteristics that justice systems should incorporate to be truly people-centered. As a basis, the recommendation also defines the access to justice as the ability for people, businesses, and communities to prevent conflicts and obtain effective, fair, equitable, and timely resolution to their legal and justice-related issues. The recommendation itself is also built around the foundational principle that sets purpose and culture of people-centered justice with 4 pillars: designing and delivering people-centered services, strengthening governance infrastructure, empowering people, but also fostering evidence-based planning, monitoring, and accountability. In the essence, it covers the why, what, and how of people-centered justice. In the first session, we heard some of the elements of what and how, but today I would like to focus on why. Why the case for people-centered justice is important, why it matters. At its core, the well-functioning justice systems are fundamental to driving economic growth, development, promoting social inclusion, and building public trust. While these benefits are widely accepted, we also heard in the first opening sessions, there was a pressing need to turn those ideas into compelling and evidence-based arguments. This way, we can better persuade stakeholders, governments, ministries of finance who hold the envelopes, international organizations, investors, public, to allocate resources toward justice initiatives, but also guide them how to do it in the most efficient and effective manner. At the OECD, we do it by exploring social and economic costs of the lack of justice, but also by highlighting the benefits of people-centered justice interventions. And at the heart of this work lies very simple but significant insight. Legal and justice issues are an inevitable part of our lives. At one point or another, almost everyone will encounter a justice problem, legal problem, whether related to health, employment, entrepreneurship, education, housing, family, because the law underpins nearly all areas of our lives, so it's only natural that justice and legal needs will arise. Certain groups, however, are more disadvantaged and more exposed to legal problems. Research shows that low-income individuals, people with disabilities, women, single parents, elderly encounter legal issues more frequently, but also face more several consequences. For example, a single mom with a limited income is more likely already facing a legal issue related to family law or housing, but this very easily can spiral into other areas of her life as well, related to financial debt, unemployment, also any health-related issues. And this leads to another critical point, that legal problems rarely exist in isolation. They tend to trigger and cluster with other legal and non-legal problems. And when one problem triggers others, it's becoming harder and harder to escape so-called vicious circle for already vulnerable populations. The consequences of such unresolved legal problems are far-reaching, bringing direct and indirect costs to individuals, to those affected, but also the society as a whole. At an individual level, unresolved legal problems can create what we refer to as a cycle of decline, where even a trivial legal issue can grow into larger, more complex challenges. For example, the World Justice Project survey found that the people who couldn't address their legal needs reported health problem issues, loss of income, unemployment, clearly linking them to the problem, to the initial legal problem they faced. And these effects can also go further and spill over other areas of life, contributing to illnesses, mental health problems, relationship breakdowns, and even substance abuse. What is important that these issues often will require services and intervention from sectors beyond the traditional understanding of justice. At a societal level, the unaddressed legal needs and justice needs can generate substantial costs. Back in 2019, OECD prepared a white paper on building case for justice. It was our initial attempt to quantify the costs of unmet legal needs, and our estimate was that unresolved legal issues could cost societies anywhere between 0.0 to 3% of GDP annually. The figure provided a good starting point, but was likely a conservative underestimation, as it captured only the portion of the economic cost. The number itself, however, was alarming and underscored the need for further investigation. And currently, OECD is leading the data and evidence workstream as part of the Justice Coalition, with a focus on developing a comprehensive business case report. With the support of the USAID, we are looking to refine our initial methodology and develop a robust body of evidence to strengthen the case for justice. To ensure that the report resonates globally, we are also including 4 diverse country case studies from different regions around the globe. So far, we have confirmed Canada and Colombia, but we are also discussing to add countries from Africa and Southeast Asia. While the work on the Under Justice Action Coalition takes an important overarching perspective and also brings this added value of the OECD to the global efforts on access to justice, specific justice reforms and initiatives require targeted and more individual approach. The OECD works closely with countries seeking support to provide specific evidence and advice on single justice initiatives or segments of the justice sector. As mentioned in the previous session, we recently collaborated with the Thailand Institute of Justice on the study on the cost of crime. And this study will be explored in detail and presented in greater detail as part of this conference tomorrow. So I encourage everyone who is interested to learn more to join the session tomorrow. And now it brings us to the point why it matters in Asia Pacific. So we recognize that the region is diverse with unique socioeconomic needs, development opportunities, and challenges. However, issues related to decision-making, investment, and resource allocation are common and universal, affecting this region and the world alike. Prioritizing potential benefits, tailoring approaches, and aligning with country and regional goals should be the guiding perspective here. It should be noted that investing in people-centered justice not only addresses the immediate needs or brings benefits to individuals, but also contributes to long-term social, economic stability and prosperity. We know that for Asian countries, the rapid economic growth often comes at the cost of economic, social, and environmental inequalities and depletion of resources. So this is also important to keep in mind that the well-being of societies goes beyond the GDP, and we hope that dimensions of housing, health, education, environment, civil engagement, but also family and the culture can be equally important. The people-centered justice intervention could serve here as one of the avenues to address any challenges and needs in these areas. The OECD is committed to supporting the region's development, seeing the region as one of our strategic priorities. We are pleased to see Thailand and Indonesia officially entering the OECD accession process alongside increasing partnerships with other countries from the region. Also in the field of justice, the OECD stands ready to support the countries in the region in advancing people-centered justice reforms by offering our tools and methodologies related to people-centered justice reviews, tailored business case studies, and tailored implementation support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martina, and thank you for keeping to the time. Great, well done. And let me move now to Anushka. Anushka, so we're hearing why it matters people-centered justice. What can you tell you about what are some of the other economics and social costs of unresolved justice issues and how they impact both on individuals and communities?
Thank you so much for that question. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege to be here, especially as someone who's been working to ensure every girl has access to their equal rights since the age of 10. As someone who firsthand experienced inequalities and injustices, it only propelled and pushed me to further fight so that every girl has access to their rights and no one is denied of the fact that they can get access to education, get a job, or be denied of their healthcare rights. The costs of lack of access to justice are both high, socially and economically, but I will try to put you through a few numbers first. According to the Justice for All report in a survey by the Task Force on Justice commissioned to the ODI, in the poorest of countries, it would cost $20 per person to provide a basic level of access to justice. In middle-income countries, it would cost $64, and in high-income countries, it would cost $190. In 5 of the 7 low-income countries surveyed by the World Justice Project, the total cost of the justice problems amounts to at least 2% of the GDP. The majority of these people surveyed had spent money on solving a justice problem, had suffered damage to their health, or had to miss or lose out on work. Unresolved justice issues lead to significant economic and social costs that ripple through both individuals and erode communities. As it has been spoken about multiple times throughout this morning, the World Justice Project's 2022 Rule of Index law states that over 5 billion people globally experience at least one unmet justice need. It can be civil, administrative, or criminal legal issues. Given the size of the justice gap, it is not unsurprising to all of us that localized impacts can damage entire societies. By driving exclusion and fueling grievances, injustice increases the risk of political instability. Not only that, crises of these kinds have a dramatic impact on any country's long-term prospects, reversing social and economic development, and also increasing the risk of further instability. Countries with a recent history of, characterized by human rights abuses are much more likely to experience violent conflict. Those that have one civil war are more likely to experience a second. Violence deters investment and growth, a chain reaction, as Martina mentioned, that is only detrimental. The social consequences are equally severe, if not worse. These unsolved justice problems can result in personal consequences, including stress-related illnesses, financial strain, loss of income, job instability. For example, a Global Insights on Access to Justice report found that people facing legal needs often lose income due to instability to resolve disputes over wages or employment contracts. The lack of access to justice can also lead to family breakdowns, with emotional and financial costs compounding the effects on children and vulnerable populations. Ask me, I've been there. And especially women who are pushed into cycles of poverty and abuse. When we're talking about women and children, it's imperative for me to share why it's so important that I talk about this issue. The widespread injustices faced by these group of people have broader impacts. In countries where women face high levels of exclusion, insecurity, and injustice, human development is impeded. Per capita incomes are lower, and national competitiveness is weaker. Where women's rights and land rights specifically are not protected, their livelihoods and those of their families are damaged. Justice problems involving violence and conflicts have lifelong impacts that go beyond just death and injuries. These are real lives, beyond numbers. Victims of violence are at a greater risk of mental health problems like suicide, as you mentioned, and other institutes like substance abuse, and are more likely to suffer from chronic diseases such as cancer and heart disease. Child victims of violence experience lasting issues such as damage at the basic levels of nervous system, endocrine, and immune systems. Yes, it's that serious. And they're also less likely than their peers to be employed once they reach adulthood. Women who have been victims of intimate partner violence and have not gotten justice are twice at the risk of experiencing depression than other women who have not. Communities with widespread justice gaps experience heightened inequalities, social fragmentation, and lack of trust in government institutions. This breakdown in the social contract undermines national stability, as I have stated. The Justice for All report states that systemic injustices lead to increased crime rates, political unrest, and the exclusion of marginalized groups such as women, youth, and rural and indigenous communities from participating in democratic processes equally. I need all of you to understand that protests, unrest, and violence does not appear out of thin air. They're foreseeable if one knows where to look. When justice actors, both formal and informal, are impartial and independent and have people's interests at their heart, their observations can serve as a barometer for the tensions in the society. Finally, to put this all together, here's what you can take away. For individuals, injustice leads to lost income, mental and physical health problems. For societies, it entrenches them in poverty, damaged economies, and increases the risks of instability, violence, and conflict. Investment in justice can reap large rewards. It transforms lives, strengthens communities, and boosts economies, delivering substantial returns on investment. So to all of the justice actors in this room present with me now, governments and leaders, I ask you, what's the price you're willing to pay? Thank you.
Thank you, Anushka, for that powerful statement and giving us a clear picture of the cost of unmet justice needs around the world, and giving us some fact, but also a lot of spirit on what is happening because of the gap that we have around the world. Aruna, you are our government representative on the panel. So let's move now into some of the solutions approach. Can you tell us a bit how governments and civil society can take together and work together to ensure that people-centered justice become a priority in the broader development agenda?
Thank you, Fernando. Good afternoon, everyone. First, allow me to share one real case example. In one of the remote villages in Nepal, a woman of age 28 having 3 children was a victim of domestic violence from her husband and other family members for a long time. The domestic violence is definitely punishable under Nepali law. However, one needs to report or file a case of violence. That 28 years woman from a remote village had no idea and even no guts to approach the police or any other authority to tell her sufferings. And even she couldn't share her sufferings with her friends, parents, or any other members in the society. She was just taking it as her fate. In such situation of suffering, she had attempted suicide many times, but every time some miracle happened and she survived. The team of law students went, especially the girls law students, went to that women's village under clinical legal education program and encountered with that woman. Somehow she shared her story with them. The students convinced the women to approach the local judicial committee and also facilitate the process. The judicial committee mediated the case, calling the women, her husband, and family members, having discussion with them individually and collectively several times, ending the differences among them. At present, the woman is happy in her family life. Right to life, the very basic right of being human, is protected by small intervention and initiative. Here, I just want to stress, when we talk about people-centered justice, legal awareness, effective means of sensitization, legal aid, and justice mechanism in easy, accessible, and affordable to the people matters the most. So this is the perfect example of how the government and civil society can work together. Moving further, I just want to mention few provisions from the Nepali context. Nepal has guaranteed right to equality as fundamental right in its very constitution. All citizens are equal before the law and entitled to equal protection under law. However, the state can make special provisions for the protection, empowerment, and development of citizens, including socially or culturally backward women, Dalits, indigenous people, indigenous nationalities, Madeshis, Tharu, Muslim, oppressed class, gender and sexual minorities, and persons with disabilities, and so many other marginalized sectors. There is also a provision of right to participate in the state bodies on the principle of proportional inclusion as a matter of social justice. Further, the Constitution has guaranteed the right to fair trial by an independent, impartial, and competent judiciary, as well as there is a provision of free legal aid for indigent individuals. And Nepal is a party to numerous international human rights standards, instruments that the Nepalis complied with. And we are also implementing our 16th five-year plans, which also aimed for ensuring social and inclusive justice. We have various general laws and specific laws are in force, which are more friendly to the marginalized groups. We have a recent integrated legal aid policy to provide legal aid to the indigent people. It came into effect in 2019, and we are reforming our legal aid law. The government is planning to introduce the reformed bill to the parliament as soon as possible, and so many strategic plans. The judiciary has its own strategic plan, the Office of the Attorney General has its strategic plan, which also tells about the social justice and collaboration with the civil societies as well. And also we have the pro bono service from the Nepal Bar Associations as well. In this setting, allow me to share some of the best practices we are doing in collaboration with the development partners, the government, and civil society. So the most important one is, I already mentioned, in integrated legal aid policy, which is in place. We are drafting new law. An integrated legal aid database. We are planning to, we have launched an integrated legal aid software where the legal aid providers can meet with the seekers. So we have developed a system, but is yet to fully operationalized, and we are planning to have a one-window data system for legal aid provisions, whoever provides, either government system or the other NGO civil society sectors. So we are trying to have that. And we have several capacity enhancement trainings to the local judicial committees so that they can settle the cases within their jurisdiction for several cases that the courts can also, have less load of the cases. And as we are practicing federalism for a few years now, and the local level is also entrusted to enact different laws, so we are providing legislative drafting trainings to the local levels. And not only this, we have some kind of behavioral changes trainings to the service providers, the government stakeholders, and those working in the local level and provincial level as well. So this is kind of a new kind of intervention that we are doing. And we have, as I mentioned in the very beginning, we have clinical legal education program in law schools, which is found to be very effective in this people-centered justice process. And we have legal awareness and legal sensitization, media mobilization kind of thing. And we, for every program, we have focused to ensure social justice with special focus on those who are forgotten in the mainstream from the period of the history. Noteworthy to mention women, marginalized communities, marginalized ethnic people, Dalits, persons with disabilities, LGBTIQ+, and others. Though the objective is to ensure convenient, effective, and accessible justice to all, we still have a lot of challenges. Let me share some of the challenges. The first one is resource constraints and resource mobilization, because every time the government's priority is for the infrastructure building rather than the human capacity building or to invest for the social justice. So that's a major problem. Then even we allocate some resources, the efficient use of those resources. Resource mobilization is another challenge. As I mentioned, the priorities of government and coordination among various stakeholders, including 3 tiers of government that we have and all the other stakeholders involved in this process. And it is the fact that government cannot do anything on its own. Government can do a lot of things on policy intervention, legal reforms and all, but government cannot alone do everything. So we need support from the development partners, we need support from the civil society. So in this scenario, what the government think of moving forward is that we need a very integrated approach to enhance social justice and people-centered justice to make no one lagged behind the access of justice. And we need to avoid duplication, and we need to have development partners to invest on software, not only the hardware. We need more investment on social and legal sector to ensure a just society. So for this, we need more collaboration, more coordination, more robust framework to work further. And government, as I mentioned, government just make a policy intervention, initiate legal reforms, but needs support and facilitation from development partners and UN agencies to enforce and implement them effectively. We need a very robust capacity enhancement of legal aid lawyers, judicial committees, law professionals, to meet the ever speedily changing nature of law and justice, including the various issues like AI, climate change, climate justice, and many more. We need more legal awareness and sensitization programs to reach every household so that everyone's right to life is protected, as I mentioned in the very example I shared with the forum. We need reform in laws to address the issues of inclusivity as well. So the reform in law and policy are to be taken lead by the government, and the government is committed to do so. And we need to strengthen SDG 16 more to transform as a major agenda for the 2030. So thank you very much at this moment.
Thank you very much, Aruna. And first, just to congratulate your government for everything that you're doing. The call for more resources is clear and heard, but it's hard to believe that there are some limitations taking into account everything that you are doing on advancing people-centered justice. At the end of the day, people-centered justice is a lens that we can put through everything that we do in our daily life that apply to governments and civil society and international organizations and donors at the same time. So congratulations for that, and thank you for bringing the example. I think you built really nicely on what Anushka was mentioning about the gender perspective to the justice needs, and also the importance of designing solutions that take into account the gender perspective as well. So, with that, let me move now to Muhammad Isnurt from Indonesia Legal Aid Foundation. You are present in 18 provinces in Indonesia, so I think that we're going to hear really good examples on some of the ideas, reform, and innovations that you have been putting in place to scale up people-centered justice. And I know that you have a PowerPoint, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Fernando. Good afternoon, everyone. I put the title on this presentation, Building and Expanding People-Centered Justice in the Midst of Democratic Regression, because the data, same as the situation in many countries, the portrait of the rule of law implementation, corruption perception index, access to justice in Indonesia especially is still stagnant and tends to decline. Data and reports also recognize that situation of democracy in many countries has deteriorated, regression or declining. Especially on access to justice, a survey conducted by the National Development Planning Agency state the access to justice, especially in the ability of the community and the result of solving legal problems is very low. The data is stated like this. And what the challenge is? The challenge is, I think, when we talk about the people-centered justice, the first is, has PCG been taken seriously by countries, by the government? In Indonesia context, we do not see the government seriously accepting, understanding, and developing PCG. And how to encourage countries to take it seriously and develop it constantly. I don't know with your country, but Indonesia, this situation. The second one is political transition. In many countries, this year and also next year, the new president, we have new president, and government come with a new concept, with new idea, and did not base on the needs of community-based justice. the Ministry of Human Rights, for example, come with the project of hospital, human rights of hospital, we cannot recognize the idea. And also, many countries has been criticized for having a record of alleged past human rights violation and the military approach use. The third is the shrinking of civic space. In Southeast Asia, Indonesia, we have facing massive scale construction and increasing people's living space grabbing. Also strong state, repressive, authoritarian tendencies, and also the role of police and military regaining control of public sphere, increasing threats and attacks of human rights defenders, including digital threats and attacks. And also, the last one is the problem of weak or poor state capacity. In many countries, especially in Indonesia, we have facing weak law enforcement. In many cases, there are also significant conflict of interest, problem with judiciary independent or corrupt. Every week we are facing the report from journalists, from media, the judge or the police gets by the KPK or the prosecutor. Also for legal aid, yes, we have legal aid law, but until now, it still only cover 25% justice seeker. We have a big problem with legal assistance. People still find it difficult to get and access legal assistance. So also the budget is very few compare the need from the population. So also in impact from the massive scale construction, increased harm to the environment and natural resources. And what the agenda, the future agenda for civil society is people's empowerment and more building social movement. The evaluation in the last 2 decades is, yes, we have a program strengthening the state, but neglecting to strengthen the civil society. So the main agenda is social movement and people's empowerment, people-centered justice for long-term investment to change. For example, the question for labor unions, what percentage of workers are unionized? A lot of workers not join with the labor unions. So another issue also, many people blame young people, even though they are very potential youth political power in Indonesia cases. For example, we have a jargon, change in viral cases, but it's depend on buying time, then slowly eliminate. The second agenda is connecting and collaboration. We need a comprehensive strategy, connecting one issue with another issue. Also in the government agencies here, need to bring together cross-issue or groups, strengthening grassroots and community organizer. Also encourage institutions that work in this issue to be empowered and sustainable. An offer for civil society and NGO. The first is consolidation, also for the government, consolidation, the short, medium-term agenda, because it's the news precedent. The first, oversee the transition from outgoing and incumbent government, because many change in the ministerial position. And building a critical civil society base. Become a watchdog to the new government policies as checks and balance. The second one, review all legal and human rights development plans to adopt a people-centered approach. Also in the development of infrastructure in institution that involve the community more in the decision making. And continue to strengthen the legal system and emphasize the defense of the poor and oppressed. And for the long-term agenda, the first, I think, consolidation of civil society network, including within groups working on access to justice issues. Second one, expand and accelerate paralegal and community education for access to justice. And also, paralegal and community try and educate as a citizen journalism. We call it paramedia. So they became also campaigner to a democracy and human rights and justice. And reform in the Bar Association. Multiple organization in Indonesia is make complicated, no? And also judicial institution, police and prosecutor institution, also we have to reform political party law, which determines many matters of regulation and public offices. For example, Supreme Court judge it depends on parliament or political party decision rejecting or reshaping Supreme Court decision, Supreme Court judge. Yeah. And the last, strengthening of public institution, ministries, institution, and also local government. And also the last page is, we have to know about the gap of the current support situation. A support or financial support for the strengthening human rights and democracy civic space is getting smaller and riskier than environmental issues here. We need funding support for development of VGJ and human rights and democracy. So the support also needed is flexible support and also support organizational strengthening, not only program or advocacy. Because now we have lack of strengthening support, for example, training, support for the provision of public services, etc. And the last, we very need start strengthening and establishing in areas where there is no legal aid. And violence or human rights violations are increasingly massively. For example, in remote area in eastern Indonesia region as an example. Thank you, Brando.
Thank you, Mohammed, and thank you for reminding how important it is to protect and defend the civic space to advance people-centered justice. And this really, we tend to think about justice reform like a top-down process, and then this is really a mind-changing settings that ensure that when we protect the civil space, we give people, the communities, the space to express their legal needs. We can ensure that the people-centered justice is also taken up from the government. So, thank you for stressing that importance and the challenges that could be faced on the ground. And let us now move to our global partners, our UNDP. Reva, thank you again for partnership with us and allowing us to be part of these great conferences. You are doing a lot. So please take us back globally. Let us know what's UNDP position on people-centered justice and how this is contributing to revitalize the social contracts and the rule of law around the world.
Thank you, Fernando, and a very good afternoon to you all. The presentations that have been made by my esteemed panelists really give a good backdrop for me to share on UNDP's work on people-centered justice. I would like to start by picking up from the remarks of the Deputy Regional Director of UNDP on the recently developed UNDP policy framework on people-centered justice and security. So basically, over the past year and a half, UNDP embarked on a process of unpacking the core elements of its people-centered justice approach through an institution-wide consultative process, which we also opened to our key stakeholders, including those that are sitting in the room and also including, in particular, with the Justice Action Coalition. The policy framework of UNDP aligns with the significant work already being done on people-centered justice, but it goes a bit further to facilitate an institutional shift and pivot that enriches the work that UNDP is doing in support of people-centered justice in this region and globally. The PCJ framework builds on the unique vantage point of UNDP as well as its very expansive, broad human development mandate that we hold. So, as been expressed, I think, in the previous panels, the current global momentum for a people-centered justice approach to rule of law, to justice, to security, is really a response to some of the limitations of conventional, or should I say predominantly institution or state-focused approaches to justice. And most of these approaches have faced the challenges in delivering justice for all. A people-centered justice approach, therefore, for us, and also for the stakeholders in the room and globally, entails the changing of mindsets and behavior towards putting people at the center of transformation of justice systems, and this is critically important. Building on the key aspects on people-centered justice that make people-centered justice possible, such as data and evidence, strong monitoring, evaluation, and documentation systems, as well as robust learning and feedback loops, UNDP's framework on people-centered justice focuses on 5 core elements. I'll take you through these one by one. The first one basically is to say people-centered approaches is a tool for enabling transformative change. And this really is about making the rights of people and their diverse needs and aspirations the reference point for our efforts to transform institutions and social systems to better uphold the rule of law, human rights, deliver justice and security for all, in particular for the most vulnerable and the most marginalized and those who are at the risk of being left behind. So our people-centered justice efforts ought to contribute to the long-term goal of strengthening the rule of law as the means by which the state, on one hand, and society, on the other, are holding each other accountable for their responsibilities as well as their rights under the social contract. And we've heard many of the speakers earlier today emphasize the point on social contract. People putting at the center is not intended to place people above the state or to create conflict between people and institutions, but rather, it is important, I think, to get this, that the people-centered approach is an enabler of building a constructive, accountable relationship between the people and the state. And this relationship is really, as demonstrated by already examples shared in this panel, about collaborative actions to address and prevent daily injustices and insecurities that diminish people's dignity, fuel frustrations, and undermine confidence in the state. The second element featured in the UNDP policy framework is really about enabling systems change. A people-centered approach therefore aims to positively affect systems to better deliver the public goods of justice. This takes recognizing that justice systems are complex, and I think this is a critical point. And justice systems are made up of a vast web of relationships between people, groups, organizations, and social institutions. And as we all know from practice, all of these are interacting with one another in dynamic and often unpredictable ways to either deliver justice, delay justice, or deny people's justice. So traditionally, we often work in the field of justice focused on a small subset of justice actors, but in reality, this is much more complex. This complex system includes those, as we often say, who are in the direct delivery of services on justice, but also those in policy making, in management, in budgeting, doing oversight. And all these actors need to be engaged if we are talking about a systems change that deliver people-centered justice. Systems change also means understanding the broader systemic dynamics that contribute to the identified injustices and justice needs. And here, I think it's critically important to have a clear, good interrogation of context, historical, political, social, cultural, and other factors so we are able to answer the question, why does the problem exist? And also continue to answer the further questions, why do these problems persist to exist? And I think this is critical in working with a systemic approach. The third element is on holistic and integrated support and programming. Systems change require simultaneous changes at multi-level, at both the level of the state as well as the level of the community and societal levels as well. So it aims really to strategically combine the so-called bottom-up approaches, I heard Fernando talk about that, together with the top-down approaches and interventions. A holistic and integrated interventions address, on the one hand, the symptoms of injustices while simultaneously working towards advancing systemic and cultural change. I'll give you an example at this point. For example, in Yemen, UNDP, together with other UN agencies, are delivering a comprehensive access to justice project in Sana Central Prison on women detainees. While on the one hand, WHO is providing immunization for babies of the mothers who are detained and providing psychiatric care, UN Women, UNDP, UNFPA are providing legal aid, psychosocial interventions, and simultaneously, and I think this is a key point, simultaneously they've been providing support for a pilot gardening project, which brings prison guards and detainees together to build a garden that provides food for the detainees, but a nurturing space and environment for the women and the children. So the whole act of mobilizing the prison guards and the detainees around this project was intentionally designed as a crucial step for a transformative approach to a prison system to move from being punitive and to being rehabilitative. So while delivering on the short-term needs of the women detainees, this project is really geared for more long-term transformational change. A key element, and I think this runs through all the conversations we've had already today, but it's a key point of emphasis. It's really about empowering people and communities. And the people-centered approach really is about ensuring that the rights, experiences, needs, and aspirations of people who are affected by injustice, and I'm really glad about the examples that are being shared on the panel and the points that you emphasized in your presentation. Those who are experiencing these injustices are genuinely empowered to be part and parcel of co-creating and delivering tailored solutions as well as contextualized responses. This also entails an interrogation of power relations, and I don't think this point can ever be overemphasized, because we already know that in these very complex systems, power relations are often at the center of what determines what gets done and what doesn't. We have to interrogate structures of exclusion, discrimination, and intersectionality. And in this endeavor, a key critical point is again on leveraging on data and evidence, as this is also critical in this work on people-centered justice. Let me give you one more example as I explain on engagement and empowerment of communities and people. UNDP's work on collaborative dispute resolution in Myanmar was informed by the experiences and focused on empowering women and men at the village level to provide direct mediation and negotiation services. The community and people empowerment approach facilitated greater inclusion of women as trainees as well as mediators, increasing their influence as well as their participation in community-based dispute resolution, and this in turn also increased the confidence in women as leaders and as decision makers. Another key example, in Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, and we heard from the Chief Justice already this morning, support is provided to address tensions between the Rohingya community and the neighboring host communities over issues such as land disputes, through building capacities of judges and lawyers, while at the same time empowering communities to come up with mediation processes to provide timely resolution of disputes. And this work is also coupled with empowering the communities to engage with the police and activate community policing forums at the local level. The last element that I want to speak on, and I hope I'm still on time, Fernando, relates to the aspects of engaging institutions. A people-centered justice approach puts efforts to strengthen organizational efficiency, which we could call the dominant paradigm, within the broader strategic effort to build trustworthy institutions that are embedded with a people-centered, service-driven ethos that can better deliver quality, accessible, accountable, transparent justice and security service where those are integrated and that are responsive to people's needs. So, in doing so, it is really critically important that we keep this in mind. This is really not about making tweaks, in the fringes of reforms or working just on the fringes of reforms, but it is about fundamental transformation of institutions, of structures, of function. We are definitely seeing some seismic shifts on this at policy level. For example, the new generation of legal aid policies, such as that of Nepal, which was already shared earlier today, the justice sector strategies and engagements such as that of Thailand, that are putting people at the center. We heard already the example that was shared by Dr. Fisset this morning about the work that the Thailand Institute of Justice has been doing on collaborative, innovative design thinking methodologies that are intended and are working to streamline court proceedings, making legal information more accessible, including to people living with disabilities and older persons. So engaging with institutions in a people-centered way, and this is a key last point, is also about humanizing institutions. While institutions oftentimes, receive the backlash on why they are not delivering. I think it is also critically important for us to be able to understand the individuals or the people who are at the core of enabling these institutions to be more responsive. What are their needs? How can those needs be supported? And how can those needs be enabled in order for the institution to transform? There is so much definitely to unpack on the UNDP's thinking around people-centered approaches to justice and to security, but I'll stop here for now, and I will use this opportunity, colleagues, if you may allow me, also to acknowledge our lead advisor, Liane McCain, on the development of the UNDP policy framework, which was a consultative process, and we are here to engage with you more during the Q&A session and also throughout the conference, as there's so much to discuss and talk about in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebai. Thank you for that really comprehensive framework. And so we went from OECD to UNDP, global approach to people-centered justice. We heard the cost of people-centered justice and unmet needs. We heard from government, from civil society, and now we have still a few minutes to hear from you. So if any of you want to take the floor to make one or two small questions for the panel, we will still have the time to do it. So raise your hands. Yes, so I see one question at the back. Please go ahead, sorry.
Thank you, Fernando. And thank you for a great presentations from all the panelists. Whenever I join discussions on justice, I always think about ordinary people's experience of seeking justice, which I think is best summarized by this quote. While I can never find justice, justice can always find me, which is a reference to how police actors, other justice actors, housing eviction orders, and land acquisition notices can always find unsuspecting people, but people always struggle to find justice. And people-centered justice is a way to turn around this experience on its head and ensure that people get access to justice. Fernando and Rebai, Pathfinders and UNDP are both a critical part of the Justice Action Coalition, and I was wondering if you could speak a little bit more on the coalition and the global movement on justice for all. What is the direction of travel and how will we get there? Thank you.
Thank you, Swati. Any other question that we can take? Okay, if not, yes, there's one at the back. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have small queries in regard to the role of other stakeholders. Of course, the government agencies, including the justice sector's actors, do have important role to reach out to the communities. But since we are talking more about people-centered justice, it would really be good that, the role of CSOs and HRIs in regard to, again, empowering people to claim their rights to and at the same time to hold the government and other counterparts responsible towards. So, yeah. And one more thing, if I may, like one of the speakers focused more on paralegals, which is very much interesting one. And we have also redefined, we meaning Nepal government has redefined the scope, and the actors of legal aid services and the paralegals have been one of them to really kind of complement in this journey. So I wanted to know, how it is being bit institutionalized, because we are still in learning phase, and it would be good for us to, get something from. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. So we will go into the final round, and I will ask one more question to all the panelists. I will also ask you to take into account, especially you, Rebai, on the Justice Action Coalition. I'm also happy to step in, and also in the importance of the civil society, NHRIs, and other actors to keep governments accountable. So my last question actually for all the panelists is, because we are in Bangkok, we're in Asia, we know that the justice gap is universal, but it's also good to start thinking about the region. So if in 1 minute each of you can also say what would be a critical change that you would like to prioritize to advance people-centered justice to achieve the 2030 agenda in the Asia-Pacific region. And I will start with Martina again. Martina, you go first.
Sure, thank you very much. From my perspective, from our perspective at OECD, I will refer again to the OECD framework and our recommendation, because we believe that to drive meaningful change in people-centered justice, there's a need for comprehensive and systematic approach. Earlier, I presented different pillars of our work, and I think it's important to remember that it's not a matter of choosing just one area to focus on, but really to think about it as all elements are needed together. So it's really about establishing the people-centered justice culture and purpose, designing, delivering services. Just before the question about the paralegals, I think it's just an important point to make sure that those are the parts of the solution, the parts of the continuum of services we want to offer to people, to establish governance structure. So we're discussing a lot about institutions, empower people, legal literacy problem, reaching out to people, making sure that they know how to seek justice, and of course, evidence-based planning, monitoring, and evaluation, investing in data in the region to make sure that the decisions are based in evidence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Data and evidence. We love that combination. Anushka.
Well, my advice to the governments, especially leaders and actors in the Asia-Pacific region, would be obviously about people-centered justice. So the whole idea of people-centered justice is to shift the focus away from the infrastructure, away from the buildings, to the people, bringing the furthest behind first. So the idea from my side would be to ensure the policy-making processes include voices from every part of the society, especially those who are often marginalized, women, youth, indigenous, people with disabilities. This inclusivity will ensure that policies are truly reflective and representative and address the needs of everyone that's involved, not just the majority or the rich or the privileged. Governments should also ensure that we need to invest in training and ensuring that the justice sector staff understand that they need to act upon community-based approaches and integrate restorative justice practices. Lastly, long-term sustainability can only come from monitoring the impact of these policies, as Ravai mentioned, and we need to be open to adjustments based on community feedback. And also, as one of our community members mentioned, Swati, we need to ensure that we must understand grievances and avoid perpetuating abuses as a part of being the justice actors. We need to understand people's problems first instead of just always going out there and fighting for what's not right instead of fighting for the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just stressing the importance of monitoring. People-centered justice is not just about the design and listening to the needs, but it's also to be ready to adjust the direction in the continuous monitoring of the approach. So great point, thank you. Maybe Mohammed first?
Yeah, in addition to the National Human Rights Commission, after 1998 Reformation period, Indonesia established many state commission. For example, Ombudsman, the Public Information Commission, the Judicial Commission, the National Commission for Women, and all of which are important to and help promote access to justice. It's interesting as a new method. They focus on public reporting, and the commissioners also are openly representative of the people. The challenge is whether the selection process is honest and without interference, or whether there is a lot of pressure here and there, because many people trying to join and cannot join. And for NGOs, the question is, do they also have an agenda to relate to paralegal and prime-media training? Because in 1 decade, a lot of NGOs, the main agenda is assisting the government. So we support to NGO now to more focusing to empowering the people again, to training the paralegal and prime media again. It is the agenda we need in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed. Yes, training, learning, letting people know which are the rights, but also how to make them enact. So please, Aruna, what's your point?
Okay, in short, continuous collaboration, community engagement that we need, and our civil societies working in the grassroots level, their partnerships should be enhanced. And government's commitment and action, this is the first. And the second is the partners like UNDP and other development partners. We need support, continuous support, facilitation, and the technical expertise for the robust, that we are thinking of 2030. Thank you.
very important to acknowledge that we need partnerships and that we can do it together. And Revive, last point for you.
Thanks, Fernando. I want to agree with points made earlier by the colleagues. A people-centered approach to justice is really about a holistic approach. Ideally, in terms of advice to governments, it's not a pick and choose to say, I want this element, perhaps I don't implement this particular element. I think the idea is to try to bring all of these together, working with civil society, working with community groups, the bottom-up, top-bottom approaches, and I think the combination of these and where they meet, I think is really where we will be able to say we are now truly delivering on our people-centered justice approaches. I want to just speak very briefly as I respond to this, also to the question that was posed by Swati on the Justice Action Coalition. And for those who may not know, I think it was kind of explained a little bit earlier, because this is really a coming together of a number of member states, civil society organizations who are really catalyzing the movement around people-centered justice and working on investing both at a global level, at a regional level, and national level to catalyze people-centered justice initiatives. So, for example, the work that OECD is currently doing, Pathfinders and UNDP is really meant to enable our institutions to positively influence work on people-centered justice, in particular, focusing, number one, on the catalytic fund that UNDP is implementing, which is providing assistance to countries to curate people-centered justice projects and initiatives that receive support through the Catalytic Fund. So, for example, as of this year, about 5 countries globally are being supported through this Catalytic Fund, and we do hope with further investments and further resources, more support will be provided. The second aspect really focuses on justice financing. And again, this will connect perhaps to another advice to governments, which is really to say, continue to invest locally on your development of your justice systems and your engagements of your communities and of your civil society organizations. I know that the whole concept around overseas development assistance is getting much more constrained because resources aren't enough to provide for all the requirements that are needed, and domestic financing and investments into these processes is more and more what is being encouraged. And the last aspect really is about strengthening data and evidence on people-centered justice. Perhaps let me just share you one insight I just got last week. On SDG 16.3.3, we are having few countries reporting on this indicator, on SDG 16. The indicator is running a risk of being eliminated from being measured because not enough countries are reporting. So, I guess another piece of advice would be, let's work on data collection and evidence on dispute resolution mechanisms, because this is exactly what we are all investing in, and it's critically important that we don't lose that particular indicator because of low reporting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just let me conclude on the Justice Action Coalition. One more point, high ambition. Yeah, that's a kind of our core mantra. You know, we don't want to be another one platform that is replicating empty ideas. We really want to make a change on people's life on the ground. And with that, like working together. 2 more lines. This started like a very informal network of partners working together, governments, but since last year it has been institutionalized. We're looking for a new ministerial meeting of the Justice Action Coalition at the end of next year. In the meantime, all these work streams that Revive was describing, we are regularly meeting to advance these agendas and try really to provide tools for governments, civil society, and all the partners to advance people-centered justice. Sorry for the overtime. Thank you everyone for being with us during this panel. I just also need to mention Temba Maleka, our Senior Program Officer at Pathfinder, who was responsible for putting this panel together. And Fern, back to you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you. We will now transition into our lunch break. I invite you to take this opportunity to network with one another, share ideas, and continue these important conversations. So lunch will be served on the ground floor. You will take the escalator down 2 stories, near where you registration. And then we will return to this conference room for the afternoon plenary at 2 o'clock sharp. Thank you.
Yeah, you were really relaxed. Yeah, I think so. I'm thinking maybe lunch or Netflix. Maybe lunch now? And they ran into other. Yes, no, thank you. that was just one of the most transformative experiences of my life. I read a million. People would like ask a question.
Yes, exactly. That's so reinforced. Like, that's good.
Okay, yeah. Bye, ma'am. Semua lah saya. Semua kamera yang pada. Semua ya, semua kamera siapa? Jadi tempat Just remove all of their names, let them fight for it.
So where do you want to sit as a moderator? Because you're going to start the whole thing. Yeah. So maybe divide the two sides according to the two sessions. Really? The slides. Yeah, yes.
Yeah, great. When are the IT people arriving? I think they will be here. We announced actually for 2 o'clock, right? Yeah. Maybe you should put Catherine, near your
Testing. Testing.
Emily, if you can hear us, can you please open your Zoom camera? Emily, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you turn your video on so we can check?
Yep. It's saying I can't start my video because the host has stopped it.
Okay, just a moment.
Okay, thank you.
face here today as a disabled Malaysian woman raising our voice for the first time in the CEDAW process. I am an autistic woman once institutionalized against my consent, coerced into electroconvulsive treatment and a repeat victim of sexual abuse through my lifetime.
I remembered that I was tied down and I was gagged and I couldn't move.
Emily, can you please try again for your camera?
Is
Great.
everything working?
Yes, we can see you and hear you. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
Or you can do it like this way? Yeah.
They
She's the former, she's from she directed I think maybe she was our bus director.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We will be starting very soon, so please do take your seats. And if you're still outside, please do come in. Good afternoon, esteemed delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this session on Women and Justice, Co-Designing Systems that Empower. My name is Nurul Rashid. I am the Regional Policy Advisor on Governance, Peace and Security for UN Women Regional Office for Asia and the Pacific. I will be your moderator for this session. So this afternoon, we will draw out critical issues on how to advance justice systems that are inclusive and responsive to the justice needs of women and to better support women's justice journeys. Now, to lay the foundation for this afternoon, I'm very honored to introduce our first speaker for the session, Catherine Alano. Catherine is an artist, advocate, CEO, and founder of Empower Philippines. As a survivor, she fights tirelessly for justice on behalf of others, taking on powerful industries and reaching thousands through her TED Talk. Her story drives a culture of change that centers on the dignity and well-being of women. We are very fortunate to have her share her story with us today. Catherine, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Catherine Alano, and I am an advocate for rape victims. It seems somewhat ironic that I would be here today to speak to you all about justice. A victim of rape, I have advocated for true justice for rape survivors in the Philippines for 10 years. I myself have never seen it. Many people would disagree with me, saying that the justice system works, that it is my own fault for never filing a case against the man who raped me. But what is justice really, and why, for the majority of rape victims, does it seem so hard to attain? At the time that I was raped, I was 19 years old and had just started a career in show business on one of the biggest primetime variety shows in the country. Just as I was getting accustomed to my newfound life, I was drugged and raped by a fellow celebrity who drugged me in a bar and raped me in my apartment while I was unconscious. When I came to the next day, I knew I had two options. Either I went to the police and underwent the scrutiny of the authorities, being poked and prodded by more strangers between my legs, or I stayed quiet and dealt with it on my own. To be honest, as a teenager, alone in a foreign country, I chose the latter. All I wanted to do at that time was wash the smell of that man's saliva off my body and cry. And that is what I did. I squashed it all inside, not wanting to be seen as a victim, to be treated or looked at differently by my new set of friends who were just getting to know me better. I did, however, mention it to another celebrity, who it turned out had also been drugged and raped by a friend of the man who raped me. She told me, "If you speak up about this, you will never work in the industry again." I stayed quiet and managed to become an MTV VJ, an actress in several movies and TV series, a radio DJ, podcast host. I was on magazine covers, billboards, signing autographs, taking photographs with fans. You name it, I did it. But 9 years later, my reality came crashing down around me when 3 women came out on the news accusing the same man who had raped me of having raped them as well. Now, if this had happened nowadays, I'd like to think that that man would have been canceled and everyone would have applauded his victims for their bravery in coming forward. But this was 10 years ago, and there was no such movement. In fact, the 3 women were bashed and abused, lambasted by the media who were protecting their asset and using whatever means possible to discredit these women and make them look like fame whores, trying to ride his coattails for fame. They filed cases against him, but they were all swiftly dismissed, and I knew that something wasn't right. Against my agent's wishes, I came forward to defend them publicly, and whatever abuse these women received from the country turned on me. I was called a liar, a prostitute, and a whore, an ambulance chaser, a drug addict, a drunk, a fading star who was desperate to return to stardom and needed to cry rape to do it. And people ate it up. People who I had known for a decade were suddenly nowhere to be found. Members of my family suddenly didn't know my number, and instead of calling to see how I was and if I needed help, they disappeared, not wanting the scandal I had caused to rub off on them, believing that I deserved what I was getting because of what the media had portrayed me to be. On top of that, the other victims were ridiculed in comedy skits on TV. They lost job opportunities and their reputations in society were ruined. And I was blacklisted in the only industry I had ever known. And nobody cared. In their eyes, I had done the unthinkable by speaking up about being raped. I was even blamed by some people for the other women being raped, as though it was my fault this man had raped them. One of them refiled her case against him, and it took 10 years, millions and millions of pesos, multiple judges and prosecutors oddly stepping down from the case or sitting on it for ages. And when it finally came to an end, even though rape is a non-bailable offense, that man posted bail. And where is she? In jail, serving a life sentence from one of the cases he filed against her. And the whole country watched it happen and applauded when this man got out of prison. They applauded when she was sentenced. And the victims of rape in the country watched it all happen and stayed quiet. For her, for us, for themselves. How could it be that in 2024, this is the reality that we live in? And where is justice that we have sought for so long? For most victims in the Philippines, this is their reality. Our case was just a very public one, and we were made examples of. What happens if you go against a predator with money, power, and the connections of a media conglomerate behind them? Nothing good. Nothing good at all. For most, filing a case in itself is impossible due to how costly it is and how many years the hearings take. The government has public attorneys that will take cases for free, but what chance do these overworked lawyers have against the bigwig lawyers paid millions to defend their high-profile clients? Not to mention that in a third world country like ours, minimum wage is only $10 a day. If what lawyers like to call harassment cases are filed against you in retaliation, such as perjury, cyber libel, or defamation of character, the burden is doubled, and predators know that victims' resolve and resources often go down the drain as the years pass, causing them to drop their cases and give up, no matter how much they wanted to fight for justice to begin with. And the process of even reporting rape in the first place? Getting to a courtroom means having to go through the police, many of whom discourage victims right off the bat because of how costly and traumatizing it is. The lawyers who often tell them what a shame it is to ruin this poor man's life, and can't they just forgive him? The judges who ask them if they asked for it, what they did to lead them on, and speak to them as though they were second-class citizens who did something to deserve being raped. One judge even said to a victim of incest rape that incest rape was already seen as commonplace in certain provinces, as if that made it all okay. Where does justice come from? Does it come from the laws that are written in black and white? No. Justice is meted out by people, and whatever beliefs those people hold affect the justice that they dispense. What beliefs do people in the Philippines hold when it comes to rape? An archaic one that places blame solely on the victims and allows forgiveness for the perpetrators. Literally, if someone marries their rapist, by law, it is seen as forgiveness, and they can no longer prosecute their attacker. Colonization taught us that chastity was a virtue to be held above all else. Our laws echoed this with penal codes handed down from the times of the Spanish. Our rape law used to state that rape was a crime against chastity, which meant that if you were not a virgin at the time of your rape, your reputation would be called into question and the rape deemed your fault. This mentality from the justice system, of course, dictated what was seen to be the truth about rape, and a culture was handed down from generation to generation that if you were raped, it was your fault. Couple this with the machismo culture of men pursuing women to be seen as virile and idolized by their peers, and women being told that their role in the home is to obey their husbands no matter what, and that their virginity is their most important asset. You can only imagine the entitlement that this has bred of men to women's bodies and their virginity. Add to this the fact that the age of consent was 12 years old up until 2 years ago. And I think you can start to see the picture that is forming in your minds of what it must be like for victims to seek justice in this society. What are the consequences of this? A rape is reported every 45 minutes, with 70% of cases being children under the age of 14. This is only about 10% of the actual number, and only 2% of these actually end up in convictions. In short, we have created a culture where rapists can thrive and hide in plain sight, believing that they are entitled to abuse with impunity. Having been an advocate for the past 10 years, I have spoken to countless victims. The lack of sex education in the country, because of course we were taught that sex was bad and shameful and only to be done for procreation, mean that many people do not even know what rape is. Some even unaware that they can say no to people who want to have sex with them. Many women suffer silently every day, seeing their abusers living their lives and flourishing, being lauded as upstanding members of society, while their victims stay isolated, suffering with their pain and trauma in silence. What is justice if one cannot afford it? What is justice if it is only for a chosen few? What is justice if it is based on lies and corruption? What is justice? I have never known. Even those I meet who have achieved justice still feel nothing good because in their families' eyes, they are still shameful and dirty, treated like they are used and washed up. Nobody will want you if you have been raped is something victims live in fear of, and it has been this way for far too long. How can we change a culture that has been ingrained for hundreds of years if the only people who know how to change it are too traumatized and ashamed to speak? How can we live in a world where predators thrive and victims are taught to stay silent? How much damage have we done knowing just how many rapists have walked free because of cultural misconceptions and ignorance about the heinous nature of rape? And yet we dare to dream. Or else, what are we doing here today? I have done this long enough to know that my voice is one of a million faces, all longing for the same thing: true justice. Not one that is paid for and requires their pound of flesh, but one that actually makes sense. Do we not want to live in a world where victims who have hurt no one thrive, and predators who have hurt many are held accountable? Because rape is a crime as old as civilization, it is almost as though we live in a state of Stockholm syndrome, perpetuating behaviors that keep wrongdoers safe, and it is time to turn the page. There are too many victims in the world for us to leave this unattended any longer. As the pandemic was an epidemic of a virus, rape is an epidemic on humanity, and yet we were able to shut down the whole world, but we still can't protect victims from those that would do them harm. Our future is at stake, our families, our children, and the generations that will come from them. We have to be heard, and that means the world must choose to listen, to hear the stories of the experts in rape, the victims. And to hear them, we must stay quiet, not to blame, not to shame, not to terrorize, but to learn the truth of just how terrible the world has really become. We learn. We educate and we heal collectively. And it must be collectively, because as independent nations with no accountability to anybody else, we have failed. Humanity depends on us deciding that enough is enough, that we no longer tolerate abuse, that a human life is worth protecting and fighting for, because only with our help can anything be done to help those who can no longer help themselves. And so I stand before you here today, no longer a victim, but a person filled with hope, because collectively we can do anything, and maybe one day, just one day, I will walk around in this world and I will know justice after all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for demonstrating your power through your story and your voice, and for reminding us of the imperative of creating justice systems collectively that truly serve and empower women. As we've just heard, Catherine's journey reflects the deep-seated institutional, cultural obstacles faced by women in accessing justice as a solution to daily challenges. Today, we will explore how we can address some of these obstacles and co-create justice systems that will provide more meaningful justice outcomes. Our session today is divided into two parts. The first part will focus on gender-responsive and people-centered justice, and the second part will be a deep dive into closing the justice gap for women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities. So joining us for the first part, we have Commissioner Supatra Nakapiu, and she's from the National Human Rights Commission of Thailand. Also joining us are Mr. Anacleto de Costa Ribeiro. He is the Principal Advisor for the Ministry of Interior, the Democratic Republic of Timor-Leste, and Dr. Elizabeth Imti, an independent consultant on gender and indigenous issues. During the second part, we will hear from Beatrice Leong, who is the founder of Autism Inclusiveness Direct Action Group and documentary filmmaker. Emily Williams, researcher Closing the Justice Gap Report, who joins us online, and Sarah Osborne, representative from Psychiatric Survivors Association. So let's now turn to the first part of our session. Commissioner Nakapiu. The National Human Rights Institutions have a unique mandate globally. Can you please tell us more about the role the Thailand National Human Rights Institution in providing pathways for a redress for women facing discrimination, and how legislation that is grounded in equality, such as Thailand's new marriage equality law, can proactively prevent injustices? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank UN Women to invite us, the National Human Rights Commission of Thailand, or NHRCT, to join this panel tomorrow, this afternoon. I heard Catherine's story that very, because before I am a commissioner, I am a lawyer and working with the Friends of Women Foundation before more than 7 years. And I will be present in Thai. Please use the trans interpreter. ก่อนอื่นนะคะอยากจะขออนุญาตที่จะพูดกับคุณแคทรีนนิดนึงด้วยความที่ได้ฟังแล้วต้องขอบคุณคุณแคทรีนที่ได้ช่วยกรุณาถ่ายทอดเรื่องราวซึ่งดิฉันคิดว่าดิฉันเข้าใจดีเพราะว่าสมัยที่ดิฉันทำงานดิฉันเป็นทนายความช่วยเหลือผู้หญิงที่ถูกข่มขืนผู้หญิงที่ถูกกระทำความรุนแรงในครอบครัวแล้วก็รวมทั้งคนที่ถูกหลอกไปเพื่อที่จะค้าประเวณีนะคะก็เข้าใจถึงความยากลำบากนะคะของผู้หญิงที่ตกเป็นเหยื่อแล้วก็จะต้องมาเรียกร้องความเป็นธรรมนะคะอย่างในประเทศไทยเนี่ยเราเองก็พยายามจะพูดถึงพนักงานสอบสวนหญิงนะคะคือการที่ผู้หญิงจะต้องไปเล่าเรื่องที่เขาถูกกระทำเนี่ยโดยที่เป็นการเล่าถึงเรื่องเพศเนี่ยต่อหน้าผู้ชายเนี่ยไม่ใช่เรื่องง่ายนะคะเพราะฉะนั้นสิ่งที่ในประเทศไทยเรียกร้องอยู่อันหนึ่งคือว่าการขอให้มีพนักงานสอบสวนหญิงเพื่อที่จะทำให้เกิดความสบายใจของผู้หญิงมากขึ้นนะคะแต่สำหรับวันนี้ดิฉันมาในฐานะที่เป็นตัวแทนของคณะกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาตินะคะซึ่งสิ่งที่ดิฉันจะพูดมี3-4 เรื่องนะคะที่จะพูดกันอันแรกเลยก็คือจะพูดให้ฟังว่าแล้วกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติคือใครเรามีบทบาทหน้าที่อะไรแล้วเรามีเรื่องที่เราไปเกี่ยวข้องกับเรื่องของการคุ้มครองสิทธิหรือส่งเสริมสิทธิของผู้หญิงยังไงแล้วก็จะพูดถึงกฎหมายที่เพิ่งจะผ่านสภามาก็คือเรื่องของกฎหมายสมรสเท่าเทียมนะคะอันดับแรกเลยนะคะเวลาเราพูดถึงผู้หญิงนะคะในวันนี้เนี่ยคงไม่ใช่ผู้หญิงเฉพาะที่เป็นผู้หญิงจากเพศกำเนิดนะคะแต่หมายความรวมถึงผู้หญิงที่เป็น transgender ด้วยนะคะเราต้องคำนึงถึงสิ่งเหล่านี้ด้วยเช่นเดียวกันนะคะถัดไปนะคะคณะกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติเนี่ยนะคะเป็นองค์กรอิสระที่เกิดขึ้นครั้งแรกในรัฐธรรมนูญของประเทศไทยในปี 2540 นะคะซึ่งเป็นองค์กรที่มีหน้าที่ในเรื่องของการทั้งส่งเสริมทั้งคุ้มครองสิทธินะคะสำหรับคนทุกคนที่อาศัยอยู่ในประเทศไทยนะคะแล้วก็เป็นไปตามที่กฎหมายรัฐธรรมนูญและก็กฎหมายประกอบรัฐธรรมนูญได้ระบุเอาไว้ค่ะเราก่อตั้งขึ้นครั้งแรกตามรัฐธรรมนูญปี 2540 นะคะแล้วก็ซึ่งเป็นรัฐธรรมนูญที่ประชาชนมีส่วนร่วมมากที่สุดในการจัดทำรัฐธรรมนูญในประเทศไทยนะคะแล้วก็เราก็ได้มีการประกาศใช้พระราชบัญญัติประกอบรัฐธรรมนูญว่าด้วยคณะกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติในปี 2542 นะคะหรือปี 1999 แล้วก็เริ่มปฏิบัติงานเนี่ยในปี 2001 นะคะเป็นครั้งแรกดิฉันอยากให้ท่านดูชมหน้านี่คือคณะกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติชุดที่4คือเป็นชุดปัจจุบันนะคะในภาพนี้ท่านก็จะเห็นว่าเรามีคอมมิชชันเนอร์ทั้งหมด7 คนนะคะใน7 คนนั้นเป็นผู้หญิง 5 คนนะคะเป็นผู้หญิง5 คนแล้วก็ท่านประธานก็เป็นผู้หญิงด้วยเช่นเดียวกันนะคะอันนี้เป็นชุดปัจจุบันที่มีอยู่มีวาระ7 ปีนะคะก็คือจะอยู่ในตำแหน่ง7 ปีด้วยกันมี7 คนนะคะถัดไปค่ะบทบาทหน้าที่นะคะอย่างที่คุณแคทเธอรีนเล่าเรื่องของเคสข่มขืนเนี่ยเราไม่ใช่ตำรวจนะคะเราเป็นองค์กรอิสระเพราะฉะนั้นเราทำหน้าที่ในการตรวจสอบเจ้าหน้าที่ของรัฐการปฏิบัติหน้าที่ของเจ้าหน้าที่ของรัฐหรือหน่วยงานของรัฐอีกชั้นหนึ่งนะคะยกตัวอย่างเช่นถ้าไปแจ้งความดำเนินคดีแล้วเจ้าหน้าที่ตำรวจทำสำนวนล่าช้านะคะไม่เป็นไปตามกรอบเวลานะคะเพราะว่าความล่าช้าก็คือความไม่เป็นธรรมอย่างหนึ่งนะคะอย่างนี้กรรมการสิทธิ์จะเข้าไปตรวจสอบว่ามีการกระทำหรือไม่กระทำอันเป็นการละเมิดสิทธิมนุษยชนหรือไม่นะคะซึ่งถ้ามีการพบว่ามีการละเมิดสิทธิมนุษยชนความล่าช้าอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะคะก็จะมีข้อเสนอแนะให้มีการแก้ไขปรับปรุงเปลี่ยนแปลงรวมทั้งช่วยเหลือเยียวยาคนที่ได้รับผลกระทบนะคะซึ่งการตรวจสอบการละเมิดสิทธิมนุษยชนที่คณะกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติดำเนินการมีทั้งคนที่มาคอมเพลนด้วยตัวเองหรือไม่งั้นเนี่ยคณะกรรมการสิทธิ์ก็สามารถหยิบยกเรื่องราวที่ปรากฏเป็นข่าวหรือปรากฏเป็นเรื่องราวที่ได้ยินมานะคะขึ้นตรวจสอบได้เองด้วยนะคะอันนี้เป็นเรื่องแรกนะคะเรื่องที่2ก็คือเราจะมีการจัดทำรายงานประเมินสถานการณ์สิทธิมนุษยชนประจำปีนะคะเพื่อที่จะเสนอให้ต่อรัฐสภาก็คือทั้งสภาผู้แทนราษฎรวุฒิสภาแล้วก็คณะรัฐมนตรีเพื่อให้ทราบถึงแนวโน้มของสถานการณ์สิทธิมนุษยชนในประเทศไทยพร้อมทั้งข้อเสนอแนะในการที่จะป้องกันและแก้ไขปัญหาส่วนที่3ก็คือการจัดทำข้อเสนอแนะในการที่จะให้มีการส่งเสริมหรือคุ้มครองสิทธิมนุษยชนด้วยการอย่างเช่นข้อเสนอแนะต่อสภาผู้แทนราษฎรหรือวุฒิสภาในการตรากฎหมายหรือออกกฎหมายใดๆนะคะหรือหน่วยงานที่เสนอกฎหมายว่ากฎหมายที่เสนอนั้นขัดต่อหลักสิทธิมนุษยชนหรือไม่นะคะเราจะให้ความเห็นไปทั้งหน่วยงานไปทั้งที่สภาแล้วก็คณะรัฐมนตรีด้วยนะคะหรือเราอาจจะมีข้อเสนอแนะให้มีการตรากฎหมายขึ้นมาใหม่ในกรณีที่เราเห็นว่าในเรื่องนี้ยังมีช่องว่างทางกฎหมายที่ยังไม่คุ้มครองสิทธิมนุษยชนตามหลักสากลนะคะเราก็จะเสนอรัฐบาลให้มีการดำเนินการเพื่อที่จะตรากฎหมายให้สอดคล้องกับสนธิสัญญาพันธกรณีด้านสิทธิมนุษยชนที่ประเทศไทยให้การรับรองทั้งหมดนะคะแล้วก็สุดท้ายก็คือเรื่องของการโปรโมทหรือส่งเสริมการเคารพสิทธิมนุษยชนนะคะกับทุกภาคส่วนในสังคมไทยค่ะถัดไปนะคะก็กรรมการสิทธิ์นะคะก็มีบทบาทในการทั้งการปกป้องคุ้มครองส่งเสริมสิทธิสตรีรวมไปถึงบุคคลที่มีความหลากหลายทางเพศนะคะซึ่งจะมีตัวอย่างดังต่อไปนี้นะคะอันแรกเลยก็คือเรามีกรณีร้องเรียนที่เกี่ยวกับ Women Human Rights Defender นะคะก็คือเป็นนักปกป้องสิทธิมนุษยชนผู้หญิงนะคะที่ลุกขึ้นมาช่วยปกป้องสิทธิของอาจจะเป็นสิทธิชุมชนนะคะโดยเฉพาะเรื่องของสิทธิชุมชนและสิ่งแวดล้อมนะคะการก่อสร้างเหมืองอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะคะแล้วก็เกิดผลกระทบกับชุมชนก็จะมีผู้หญิงที่เป็นคนที่อยู่ในชุมชนที่ลุกขึ้นมาปกป้องบ้านเกิดเมืองนอนของตัวเองแล้วก็ถูกข่มขู่คุกคามนะคะขู่จะทำร้ายขู่จะฆ่าหรือว่ามีการดำเนินคดีแบบปิดปากนะที่หลายๆท่านรู้จักกันว่าเป็น slap law นะคะเป็นการข่มขู่ด้วยการใช้กฎหมายและฟ้องคดีเพื่อปิดปากนะคะซึ่งทางกสม.หรือคณะกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติเองเนี่ยตอนนี้เราก็กำลังเรามีการศึกษานะวิจัยแล้วก็เสนอให้มีการออกกฎหมายเพื่อคุ้มครองนักปกป้องสิทธิมนุษยชนนะคะซึ่งอันนี้ก็อยู่ในระหว่างการดำเนินการค่ะถัดมาค่ะมีประเด็นที่ร้องเรียนไม่ใช่ร้องเรียนเราได้หยิบยกนะคะจากกรณีที่มีข่าวไปจับกุมคลินิกแล้วก็โรงพยาบาลนะคะซึ่งมีการให้บริการโดยการนำผู้หญิงไทยนะคะไปรับจ้างอุ้มบุญนะคะไปตั้งครรภ์นะคะซึ่งเราพบว่าผู้หญิงที่ไปรับจ้างอุ้มบุญเนี่ยเป็นการว่าจ้างมาจากประเทศจีนทั้งหมดนะคะโดยที่ ผู้หญิงที่ไปรับจ้างนั้นก็จะเป็นผู้หญิงที่มีการศึกษาน้อยมีฐานะยากจนนะคะอยู่ตามภาคอีสานภาคตะวันออกเฉียงเหนือหรือว่าทางภาคเหนือนะคะที่เข้ามารับจ้างซึ่งในการเราก็ไปพบข้อมูลว่าผู้หญิงที่ถูกจับกุมนะคะในข้อหาที่ไปรับจ้างอุ้มบุญโดยไม่ชอบด้วยกฎหมายเนี่ยนะคะในข้อหาเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของอาชญากรรมข้ามชาตินะคะซึ่ง DSI จับกุมนะคะแล้วก็ปรากฏว่าคนเหล่านี้ก็คือยากจนนะคะการไปรับจ้างอุ้มบุญ1 ครั้งจะได้เงินประมาณ 400,000 ถึง 500,000 บาทซึ่งถือว่าเป็นเงินจำนวนมากนะคะที่ได้รับเงินจากการไปอุ้มบุญอันนั้นแต่ปรากฏว่าจริงๆแล้วเนี่ยเขาค่อนข้างจะมีความรู้น้อยนะคะจากข้อมูลที่เรามีก็คือว่าส่วนใหญ่จะอายุ35 ปีขึ้นไปเคยแต่งงานเคยมีบุตรมาแล้วแล้วก็คิดว่าการมาช่วยคนที่ไม่มีเข้าใจว่าเป็นการช่วยคนที่มีบุตรยากแล้วก็จะทำให้เป็นการทำบุญนะคะแต่ปรากฏว่าถูกจับกุมแล้วก็ถูกดำเนินคดีนะคะซึ่งเรื่องนี้เราเองมีข้อเสนอว่าจริงๆผู้หญิงเหล่านี้น่าจะถือว่าเป็นเหยื่อมากกว่าที่จะเป็นผู้ร่วมขบวนการนะคะแต่ปรากฏว่าเขาถูกจับกุมและดำเนินคดีซึ่งเราคิดว่าเราควรจะใช้หลัก non punishment นะคะก็คือการไม่ดำเนินคดีกับเหยื่อมากกว่าที่จะไปจับกุมในข้อหามีส่วนร่วมในอาชญากรรมข้ามชาติเพราะว่าการศึกษาก็น้อยความรู้ก็น้อยนะคะแล้วก็ฐานะยากจนนะคะไม่เท่าทันตอนนี้นะคะถ้าท่านกดเข้าไปใน Facebook นะคะจะเห็นว่าในประเทศไทยมีเพจที่มีการเรียกว่าหลอกลวงให้ผู้หญิงเนี่ยเข้าไปรับจ้างอุ้มบุญเป็นจำนวนมากนะคะหลายเพจเลยซึ่งอันนี้เราอยู่ระหว่างการตรวจสอบการละเมิดสิทธิมนุษยชนและเสนอให้มีการแก้ไขกฎหมายอยู่นะคะถัดไปค่ะกรณีถัดไปนะคะก็เป็นเรื่องของพนักงานบริการนะคะซึ่งเรื่องของ sex worker เนี่ยก็เป็นประเด็นที่กรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติให้ความสำคัญนะคะประเด็นที่1คือเราคิดว่าการประกอบอาชีพเป็น sex worker เป็นเสรีภาพในการประกอบอาชีพอย่างหนึ่งนะคะไม่ควรจะถูกระบุว่าเป็นการผิดกฎหมายนะคะเพราะนั้นเราได้ร่วมกับทางภาคีเครือข่ายของ sex worker ในการเสนอยกเลิกกฎหมาย sex worker ในประเทศไทยนะคะที่เอาผิดทางอาญานะคะแล้วก็พยายามจะเสนอให้ทางกระทรวงแรงงานนั้นพิจารณาการทำงานของพนักงานบริการในฐานะที่เป็นแรงงานนะคะแล้วก็ได้รับความคุ้มครองตามกฎหมายคุ้มครองแรงงานและได้รับสวัสดิการทางสังคมนะคะอันนี้เราก็มีข้อเสนอแนะให้มีการยกเลิกแล้วก็ได้ร่วมกับภาคีเครือข่ายในการรณรงค์สร้างความเข้าใจมีกรณีเกิดขึ้นที่พัทยาค่ะมีการจับกุม sex worker ที่เป็น transgender นะคะแล้วก็ปรับในสัดส่วนที่มากกว่าเพศอื่นนะคะคล้ายๆกับมองว่าพวกผู้หญิงที่เป็นผู้หญิง transgender เหล่านี้เนี่ยเขามักจะมีคือเป็นการเหมารวมอะค่ะว่าเขามีพฤติการที่จะขโมยของแขกนะคะหรือว่าไปสร้างอาชญากรรมอื่นๆเพราะฉะนั้นถูกจับมาพร้อมกันเนี่ยจะถูกปรับมากกว่าอย่างเช่นปรับผู้หญิงเนี่ยนะคะ50 บาทแต่ถ้าปรับtransgender ที่เป็นผู้หญิงที่ข้ามเพศเนี่ยจะจับแล้วจะปรับ 1,000 บาทอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะคะซึ่งอันนี้เราก็ชี้ว่าเป็นการเลือกปฏิบัตินะคะแล้วก็เป็นทัศนคติเชิงลบนะคะอันนี้ก็เป็นกรณีที่เราดำเนินการอยู่นะคะถัดมานะคะเรื่องของการเสริมพลังในผู้หญิงจังหวัดชายแดนภาคใต้อันนี้ก็เป็นเรื่องความรุนแรงในครอบครัวนะคะในภาคใต้ซึ่งประเทศไทยจะมีผู้หญิงมุสลิมอยู่เป็นจำนวนมากนะคะแล้วก็ปัญหาอันนึงที่เราได้รับเรื่องร้องเรียนมาโดยตลอดคือปัญหาความรุนแรงในครอบครัวผู้ชายซึ่งจะทิ้งนะคะไปมีภรรยาใหม่ทิ้งผู้หญิงและลูกนะคะไม่ส่งเสียเลี้ยงดูไม่แม้ว่าจะมีการตกลงเรื่องค่าเลี้ยงดูอะไรกันแล้วก็ไม่ยอมที่จะส่งเสียเลี้ยงดูนะคะซึ่งอันนี้เราก็มีข้อเสนอแนะว่าควรจะทำในรูปแบบของกองทุนเช่นเดียวกับประเทศมาเลเซียนะคะก็คือว่ามีกองทุนสำหรับการให้ค่าเลี้ยงดูเด็กและผู้หญิงที่ผู้ชายทอดทิ้งไปแล้วไม่รับผิดชอบแล้วให้รัฐบาลหน่วยงานของรัฐเนี่ยไปฟ้องร้องเอากับผู้ชายในภายหลังนะคะเพื่อเป็นหลักประกันให้ผู้หญิงและเด็กนะคะซึ่งจะถูกทิ้งร้างไปนะคะเพราะว่าผู้ชายอาจจะมีภรรยาได้หลายคนในศาสนามุสลิมนะคะแต่ว่าจริงๆเขาก็บอกว่าต้องรับผิดชอบภรรยาที่มีทุกคนแต่ในทางปฏิบัติจริงๆก็ไม่ได้รับผิดชอบอย่างนี้เป็นต้นนะคะนี่เป็นตัวอย่างที่เราได้รับการร้องเรียนมาแล้วก็ได้มีข้อเสนอแนะไปส่วน ประเด็นสุดท้ายนะคะก็น่าจะเป็นกฎหมายเรื่องของสมรสเท่าเทียมนะคะซึ่งเรื่องนี้เนี่ยก็เป็นเรื่องที่เรียกว่าสร้างความดีใจให้กับพี่น้องความหลากหลายทางเพศนะคะสไลด์ถัดไปเลยค่ะก็คือว่าจริงๆเรื่องนี้นะคะหนึ่งในวิธีที่ได้พูดกันถึง World Economic Forum พูดถึงวิธีที่ดีที่สุดในการป้องกันความไม่เท่าเทียมของผู้หญิงและกลุ่มบุคคลหลากหลายทางเพศก็คือการใช้มาตรการทางกฎหมายนะคะแล้วก็การนำกฎหมายนโยบายที่ไม่เลือกปฏิบัติเนี่ยมาใช้ทำให้รัฐบาลสามารถขับเคลื่อนการเปลี่ยนแปลงวัฒนธรรมเชิงบวกแล้วก็สร้างชุมชนและสังคมที่ครอบคลุมมากขึ้นนะคะตามมาตรฐานสิทธิมนุษยชนสากลนะคะในปี 2558 ประเทศไทยนะคะได้ตราหรือออกพระราชบัญญัติความเท่าเทียมระหว่างเพศพ.ศ. 2558 วัตถุประสงค์หลักก็คือเพื่อป้องกันไม่ให้เกิดการเลือกปฏิบัติด้วยเหตุแห่งเพศอย่างไม่เป็นธรรมและป้องกันไม่ให้เกิดการเลือกปฏิบัติในวงกว้างนะคะแล้วก็เมื่อเร็วๆนี้นะคะประเทศไทยก็ได้ออกกฎหมายสมรสเท่าเทียมซึ่งเป็นการแก้ไขประมวลกฎหมายแพ่งและพาณิชย์เป็นกฎหมายที่อนุญาตให้บุคคลทุกเพศสามารถสมรสกันได้นะคะสไลด์ถัดไปเลยค่ะคือกฎหมายฉบับนี้ผ่านความเห็นชอบของสภาสูงนะคะหรือวุฒิสภาเมื่อวันที่ 18 เดือนมิถุนายนปีนี้นะคะแล้วก็ได้นำกฎหมายฉบับนี้ขึ้นทูลเกล้าถวายให้พระบาทสมเด็จพระเจ้าอยู่หัวทรงลงพระบรมภิไธยนะคะซึ่งพระองค์ก็ได้ทรงลงพระบรมภิไธยแล้วก็ได้มีการประกาศในราชกิจจานุเบกษาไปเมื่อวันที่ 24 กันยายน 2567 นะคะปีนี้เองนะคะประเทศไทยนะคะเป็นประเทศแรกในเอเชียตะวันออกเฉียงใต้ที่รับรองการแต่งงานของคนเพศเดียวกันนะคะและเป็นประเทศที่3ในเอเชียนะคะต่อจากไต้หวันนะคะซึ่งประกาศใช้กฎหมายนี้ในปี 2562 แล้วก็เนปาลเมื่อปี 2566 นะคะกฎหมายฉบับนี้นะคะจะมีผลบังคับใช้ 120 วันหลังจากประกาศในราชกิจจานุเบกษาก็คือจะมีผลบังคับใช้ในวันที่ 22 มกราคมปี 2025 นะคะอันนี้จะเป็นกฎหมายใหม่นะคะซึ่งหลังจากที่กฎหมายมีผลใช้บังคับนะคะก็จะทำให้คู่รักเพศเดียวกันสามารถจดทะเบียนสมรสได้ถูกต้องตามกฎหมายนะคะแล้วก็มีการแก้ไขกฎหมายนะคะใช้คำว่าชายและหญิงเนี่ยเปลี่ยนเป็นบุคคลทั้งหมดนะคะก็คือเป็นคู่สามีภรรยานะคะไม่ได้ใช้คำว่าชายและหญิงอีกต่อไปรวมทั้งมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอายุนะคะคนที่จะจดทะเบียนสมรสเดิมทีในกฎหมายไทยจะอนุญาตให้จดทะเบียนสมรสได้เมื่ออายุทั้งคู่อายุ17 ปีบริบูรณ์แต่ได้รับrecommendation นะคะจากคณะกรรมการประจำซีดอนะคะว่าอายุ 17 เนี่ยยังคงเป็นการแต่งงานในเด็กนะคะก็เลยทำให้มีข้อเสนอว่าควรจะแก้ไขเรื่องของการแต่งงานให้ไม่ใช่เด็กต่อไปเพราะฉะนั้นในการตรากฎหมายสมรสเท่าเทียมก็เลยแก้ไขอายุค่ะจาก 17 เป็น 18 ปีบริบูรณ์ขึ้นไปนะคะซึ่งก็เป็นการสอดคล้องกับอนุสัญญาว่าด้วยสิทธิเด็กแล้วก็ซีดอด้วยนะคะถัดมานะคะก็คือเหตุฟ้องหย่าอะไรต่างๆนะคะคู่รักที่เป็นเพศเดียวกันก็จะได้รับความเท่าเทียมเหมือนกับคู่รักที่เป็นหญิงชายนะคะแล้วก็จะสามารถจัดการทรัพย์สินร่วมกันได้สามารถตัดสินใจแทนคู่สมรสในการรักษาพยาบาลสามารถที่จะแต่งตั้งผู้ปกครองตามกฎหมายรับมรดกแล้วก็รับบุตรบุญธรรมได้นะคะอันนี้ก็เป็นกฎหมายสมรสเท่าเทียมนะคะทีนี้สำหรับบทบาทของคณะกรรมการสิทธิมนุษยชนแห่งชาติต่อกฎหมายสมรสเท่าเทียมที่ผ่านมาก็เราสนับสนุนให้มีกฎหมายสมรสเท่าเทียมมาโดยตลอดนะคะเพราะว่านี่คือหลักความเสมอภาคเท่าเทียมและไม่เลือกปฏิบัติการเสรีภาพในการเลือกคู่ครองสร้างครอบครัวเป็นเสรีภาพขั้นพื้นฐานตามปฏิญญาสากลว่าด้วยสิทธิมนุษยชนและICCPR นะคะเพราะฉะนั้นจริงๆแล้วเรื่องนี้ก็เราสนับสนุนแล้วก็เคยมีหนังสือมีจดหมายนะคะไปถึงสภาผู้แทนราษฎรให้เร่งรับรองและพิจารณากฎหมายนี้ออกมาใช้โดยเร็วแล้วก็ได้ร่วมกับเพื่อนเครือข่ายความหลากหลายทางเพศในการรณรงค์ทางสังคมเข้าร่วมกิจกรรมPride Month นะคะที่จัดขึ้นเป็นประจำทุกปีแล้วก็ในหลายพื้นที่นะคะซึ่งก็ส่งผลให้ประสบความสำเร็จในการผลักดันกฎหมายฉบับนี้ในที่สุดนะคะก็ถือว่าเป็นอีกหนึ่งของการยกระดับการคุ้มครองสิทธิความเท่าเทียมในเรื่องของเพศในประเทศไทยค่ะขอบคุณมากค่ะ
Thank you so much, Commissioner Nakapu, for those very, very concrete examples, and also explaining pathways to achieve more gender equal society in Thailand. I will now turn to our next speaker, which is Mr. Da Costa Ribeiro. And the question for you, sir, is under the leadership of the Ministry of Interior, Timor-Leste has developed a national mediation network which plays a key role in resolving local community disputes and enhancing community cohesion. How can this network support women's participation and leadership in conflict resolution, ensuring that these processes are responsive to women's justice needs? Please, over to you.
Thank you, moderator, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Let me first, it is a great privilege for me to be here to speak on this session, especially because I'm the only Mr. surrounded by distinguished female panelists. It is a great honor for me. Allow me first of all to thank UN Women Timor-Leste for inviting Timor-Leste to participate in this conference, and also would like to thank UNDP for organizing this conference. I will share our views and experience to contribute to enrich our discussion, promoting the theme of People-Centered Justice Conference. Let me start by acknowledging that the question posed in this panel is very relevant to guide our understanding to the topic of gender responsive and people-centered justice, especially in the context of Timor-Leste as a new country in the process of nation building and state building, and also in the context of post-conflict society. I'm speaking representing our national security sector because I work for the Ministry of Interior, which is in charge of the national security. So I should emphasize that Timor-Leste has adopted a quite robust concept of national security. National security is defined in terms of security nexus development, which encompasses the concept of human security. As such, security is not a state-centered concept, but it is a more people-centered concept that we need to uphold. As the leading ministry in charge of planning and execution of national security policies, our Ministry of Interior has invested in preventive measures by enhancing the early warning and early response in the community conflict prevention and resolution mechanisms to reach out our national security strategic goals. As you know, after a long struggle and experience of past conflicts, we understand the challenges as we have engaged in various alternative dispute resolution and conflict resolution mechanisms towards achieving our national reconciliation goals. Hence, alternative dispute resolution is not a new concept for a Timorese culture and social life, let alone in political domains. Above all, we understand the necessity of humans' role in prevention and resolution of conflict, and also the significance of humans' equal participation in the process of reconstruction, maintenance, and promotion of peace and security in post-conflict situations for optimum, equitable, and sustainable solutions. In this regard, we found an entry point to work with our partner UN Women to affirm our strong commitment to implement our second phase of National Action Plan on Human Peace and Security Agenda, which is a pathway to realize the inclusive justice for people. Let me touch a little bit on the National Mediation Network that just established. We adopt various pathways to access justice and resolve conflicts and disputes, each reflecting diverse social and cultural fabrics of our country. These mechanisms broadly fall into three key categories, such as formal justice systems, customary alternative dispute resolution, and non-customary alternative dispute resolution. A research conducted in 2018 highlighted a clear preference among many communities in Timor-Leste, particularly those in rural areas, to resolve disputes through alternative dispute resolution, whether customary or non-customary. For these communities, the use of alternative dispute resolution is not only seen as a practical approach, but also as a reflection of their cultural identity and community values. One of the key reasons for the preference for ADR lies in the accessibility challenges associated with the formal justice system, especially people living in the remote areas. Common barriers include long distance to travel to courts, the costs involved, language and time concerns. So as we continue to develop our justice systems and strengthen the rule of law, it's crucial to recognize the value and role of alternative dispute resolution in Timor-Leste. These mechanisms are not just alternatives for formal justice. They are integral to our broader understanding of justice as a community-centered, inclusive, and accessible process. Moreover, the dispute resolution is an alternative approach to preserve social relationship and provide much room for social cohesion. It's very relevant for Timor-Leste as living in such collectivist society where the group interest takes precedence over individual interest. It is evident that various national institutions are legally authorized to provide ADR services, and mostly in the form of mediation. For example, the designated mediator of the National Directorate for Community Conflict Prevention of our Ministry of Interior, Minister of Social Solidarity and Inclusion, and Minister of Justice, National Directorate on Land and Property are officially appointed to provide mediation service to local community. The Public Defender's Office is authorized to promote extrajudicial dispute resolution in terms of mediation, conciliation, and arbitration, and to participate in community conflict resolution processes. Cases of disputes are sometimes referred to amongst different mediation service providers or to formal justice system. For example, the National Directorate for Community Conflict Prevention refers land disputes to the National Directorate of Land and Property, and the case of public crimes are referred to the formal justice system. Recently, last year on July 31st, the first national mediation network of Timor-Leste has been officially established to connect these mediation service providers in public sectors, non-government organizations, and the community police. The network is formed by 8 government institutions and 1 civil society organization with the support of UN Women. The National Directorate for Community Conflict Prevention of the Ministry of Interior is the leading coordination of the network. The members of this joint network include 7 government institutions, 1 NGO, and community police, which have specific mandates on facilitating peaceful dispute resolution through non-adversarial processes, including mediation, conciliation, and arbitration. The National Mediation Network is an inclusive platform to promote effective communication and a coordinated case referral mechanisms amongst different member institutions, which are mandated to promote mediation or alternative means of community conflict resolution. We believe that a coordinated and effective joint network is critical for referring disputes or cases, for providing appropriate and timely support, and delivering a just outcome for people. This includes rural women, people with disabilities, and the most marginalized groups who might have limited access to formal justice systems due to economic and social barriers. Let me touch on some important rules of the network. These networks also serve as a national hub for knowledge and information exchange. It also seeks to identify opportunities for advancing common outcomes in conflict prevention and enhance facilitation of peaceful dispute resolution, which helps prevent conflicts from escalating to violence and to promote social cohesion within the communities. The network also contributes to the participation and prevention pillars under the second National Action Plan on Women, Peace and Security of the year 2024 up to 2028, which was adopted by the government of Timor-Leste in January 2024. The network also promotes participation and representation of women in all aspects of mediation and negotiation, contributing to the implementation of Timor-Leste's National Action Plan, and promoting women's participation and leadership in community-based peace building. Our Minister of Interior, with the UN support, provided technical support to National Mediation Network through a series of capacity building workshops in 2023 and knowledge exchange amongst regional and local mediation and negotiation experts in Timor-Leste and in the ASEAN region. The Ministry of Interior invests in mediators' capacity development to promote gender equality and access to justice. The Ministry of Interior and UN Women develop a gender-responsive mediation guideline and conduct training with mediators to develop skills and knowledge to understand the needs and challenges of women and girls in accessing justice and how structural inequalities and biased social norms could impact women's access to justice. The mediators are also trained to proactively address gender discrimination and stereotyped behaviors towards women in mediation processes. Additionally, we value participation of women in mediation process. At least 30% of the mediators are women, and we promote women as powerful voices of peace and justice and as contributors to the stability and security of the country. Therefore, women mediators must be well equipped with experience, professional knowledge, and skills to resolve many disputes which could otherwise have led to violence and crime. Let me conclude that with the establishment of the Timor-Leste National Mediation Network, Timor-Leste government has contributed to extending its early warning and early response for community conflict prevention to achieve its security strategic goals, let alone with the implementation of the second phase of National Action Plan of United Nations Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security. Timor-Leste reaffirms its commitment to enhancing women's participation and leadership in conflict resolution and ensuring that these processes are responsive to gender-specific justice needs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Da Costa Ribeiro, for explaining so eloquently as to how and why the informal justice systems are also important in delivering justice for women as well. I want to turn to my last speaker for this session, and is Dr. Imti. Dr. Imti is an Indigenous woman working on the intersection of gender and Indigenous issues. You have seen firsthand the multiple layers of discrimination that Indigenous women face when accessing justice. How can justice actors work with women's rights organizations and civil society to better support the justice journeys of women in all their diversity? The floor is yours, Dr. Imti.
Thank you. Very good afternoon to everyone here. I would first like to set the background. Southeast Asia, as we all know, is home to one of the most diverse population of indigenous people in the world. Most human rights violations that are faced by indigenous people are connected to their rights, to their land, territory, and resources. And we also find that many IPs are also not legally recognized as indigenous people with collectives in Southeast Asia. And when we're looking at indigenous women, we know that indigenous women face discrimination on multiple factors, on multiple fronts, as women, as members of indigenous communities, and as minorities. This triple discrimination further leads to biases against them in both formal legal systems and within the traditional justice systems in their own communities. To understand the indigenous women and access to justice systems, we need to first understand what are the barriers, what are the key obstacles in women accessing the justice system. So first, I would like to understand, we will need to understand what are the traditional justice systems. Then the other barrier is also on legal identity and land rights, and the issue of discrimination and marginalization. There is also very limited legal representation and awareness. There is the issue of geographical barriers, cultural and linguistic barriers, and then you have gendered violence and impunity. And again, one of the main obstacles in access to justice is there is a very weak enforcement of existing national laws and implementation of orders, as well as abuse of authority, powers, and corruption. And the next point is also in limitations in extending remedies which are provided by law, and in practice, no redressal mechanisms for issues arising from development and corporate projects. We see this in many cases in Asia, in many, many countries. And to again reflect, I would again like to go back on the ethnic and gender biases in the legal terms and laws. So we would like to understand this, and in terms of, I wouldn't want to be too negative about just the things that are happening in the indigenous communities, but we would like to look at what are the pathways for improvement. So there is requirement for legal reforms, capacity and legal awareness programs, and enhanced legal representation and legal aid. And there is a requirement of support for indigenous women leaderships, and most importantly is cultural sensitive training for justice personnel. So these steps can really strengthen the indigenous women's access to justice while respecting their cultural identity and ensuring fair treatment within both formal and informal justice systems. As a lot of, I am assuming that some of you would be aware that we have the traditional systems, and oftentimes I have also seen personally that when cases happen, when abuse happens, it doesn't go through the legal system, but it goes through a traditional system where a woman is further abused based on the issue of her being a woman. So it is a very traditional, or it is a very patriarchal set in the customary context, and women often do not have a voice. And again, this comes back to the barriers that I have mentioned in the beginning. Now, to empower indigenous women through access to justice isn't just a right, it is a necessity for creating fair, resilient communities where every voice is valued and protected. And I'm honored to be here this afternoon because I know there are many women in the indigenous communities who have no voice, they have no say, they continue to be abused, and they continue to face a lot of atrocities. Of course, we have a lot of set of laws, but how many actually go seek those help? And coming from India, we have the best set of laws, as one of the speakers had also mentioned in the morning, but a woman would always think twice before going to seek help, because you face many levels of discrimination just by being a woman, then by being a minority, and also being an indigenous person. So we want to work towards that. And I would also like to, in this context, I would also like to put in a few recommendations to the UN agencies that there is always a need for disaggregated data. Data is what speaks in this testing times. So I would like to urge UN agencies to support efforts and initiatives of indigenous organizations, especially indigenous women, in strengthening their capacities, conducting research, documentation and advocacy on specific concerns of indigenous women in relation to access to justice and sustainable development, to assist in the lobby or to facilitate dialogues between indigenous people with the states for the recognition and respect of indigenous people's rights as enshrined in the UN RIP, to ensure the desegregation of data in the Human Rights Report to reflect the situation of indigenous people and other communities impacted by state and corporate projects, including those undertaken through funding from international financial institutions. And to establish, most importantly, I feel, is to establish and strengthen partnerships with indigenous organizations, especially with indigenous women, in addressing their concerns in relation to the protection, promotion, and respect of their rights as indigenous people and as women. So to conclude, I would like to state that true justice means indigenous women have the power to be heard, protected, and respected. It isn't just another option, but the backbone of lasting equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Imti, and really thank you very much to all our distinguished panelists for sharing your insights, your experiences, your reflections, but also practical suggestions. I think from integrating traditional practices with former system to ensuring that legal frameworks proactively address inequalities, the panelists' perspectives have given us really a deeper understanding on what it takes to empower women through justice. They have also given us an understanding of what justice means to some of these women, particularly survivors and indigenous women as well. So thank you so much for your reflections. This concludes the first session, and I'm looking at the time, and so we have to very quickly now turn to the second part of the session, in which we will take a deep dive into access to justice for women with intellectual and or psychosocial disabilities. Now, many women with intellectual and or psychosocial disabilities in the Asia and Pacific region encounter significant barriers that hinder their ability to fully exercise their right to access justice. These barriers are not only systemic and structural, but are also deeply rooted in social norms and discriminatory practices. I'm very pleased to start the session with a video message from Petra Angelina. She's a disability advocate, a justice champion, and a young woman with an intellectual disability from Indonesia. Please, can we please play the video?
Have you ever wondered what it would be like to go to police station and not be able to get justice because you are not considered credible? Can you imagine how you can live in society without a bank account because you can open one with a legal capacity? How about receiving an unwanted letter from a court or lawyer but not understanding it? How would you feel knowing people might see you as an easy target for violence and crime? Because perpetrators are hardly ever punished. This is especially frightening as a woman. The justice system needs to change. It needs to work for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. So Petra's message reminds us of the obstacles that women with intellectual disabilities face when attempting to access justice. Obstacles that will take our collective efforts to address. To start our discussion, I would like to introduce Beatrice Leong. Beatrice brings a deeply personal perspective as a woman with psychosocial disability. She will share her experiences and outline some of the barriers that women like her face in accessing justice. Beatrice, thank you so much for being with us today. The floor is yours.
Thank you, UNDP and UN Women, for giving me this platform today. Before I convey you what I want to share today, I want to invite all of you to close your eyes for a moment now and think of your favorite meal or snack. For me, it's always a scoop of ice cream. It brings me joy and warmth. Now imagine if you've never had a favorite meal or any memory like that. How can you ever describe that moment of joy? Dear all, this is the reality for many women and girls like me. Despite the CRPD and CEDAW, my experiences tells me that this protection doesn't reach my community. Many of us lack awareness of our rights, living justice a distant, unimaginable concept. For women and girls like me, those of us with psychosocial disabilities, intellectual disabilities, me, an autistic woman, navigating justice is not just about pursuing fairness. It's about the burden of having to prove my disability and to validate it in the eyes of the world before we even dare to seek a correction for the wrong and harm done to us. Imagine having no recognition of your legal decision-making ability, being denied requests as a legal actor by both formal and informal systems, with others deciding on your behalf whether you are mentally capable or not. The current legal and justice system has set barriers and processes made through the lens of majority norms and the global north. It's a system that insists on conformity in behavior and typical presentations. How can I ever find justice in this system if they do not acknowledge my experience in life? A truly people-centered justice system would address these barriers, ensuring the processes are inclusive, respectful, and keep my dignity. It will place the needs of rights and people like me, women like me, not within the confine of the rigid structures of the system, and put me at the center of its design. Going back to the personal, I have had a lifetime of being given different psychiatric diagnoses from as young as the age of 10. And how I respond to the world and the way that I present my disability has so often been misunderstood. I was once put away in a psychiatric ward after a misdiagnosis of schizophrenia in a span of 15 minutes in the emergency ward. I was then coerced into electroconvulsive treatment, restrained physically far too often, before I learned quickly that I need to pretend to be anyone else but me to get out of being institutionalized for good. It's been a 15-year journey to get here today, finding my late autism diagnosis only just 5 years ago. And that brought on a realization and a revelation that my rights had been violated as a woman and as a young girl who needed help and support and protection. I fell through the cracks because I'm a woman. The entrenched stigmatization, dehumanizing stereotypes with my experiences of the mischaracterized and diminished in both medical and legal spaces, I am systematically discriminated against. As of today, in my country, there's no redress mechanism or any line that explicitly protect women and girls like me on the basis of disability. The harm continues till today as I experience my trauma every day as an activist when I tell my story to the world, in hope that by making my experience a little bit more visible today and more palatable to you, I learn to smile and laugh while I tell you my story. It isn't to downplay the pain, but because I don't want to hurt you the same way that I've experienced the pain, so that you don't have to endure it with me. And ironically, till today, I still get asked, how did you overcome it? Instead of being asked the all too important question, how can we make those who hurt you accountable? I watch with envy as I see cases of discriminations against other disabled autistic male person gets filed into the court system in a heartbeat, and I get left needing to design my own justice pathway. Adding to that, my disorganized speech patterns, nonlinear storytelling, shaped by my neurodivergent experiences are also often misinterpreted as unreliable and inconsistent. My way of adaptation to the world become another way that I'm often seen as an unreliable witness to my own injustices. Tell me, which woman would step out to tell the world, this hurt me just for the fun of it? So what can justice look like for my community? We really need to implement credibility assessment reform. Justice actors must be trained to recognize that communication differences are not signs of falsehood, but expressions of how we process information and communicate our trauma, and to recognize the intersectional impact of the harm on us. We must expand communication models and processes. We must put expert witnesses and advocates like me who understand how we communicate with the world. And as for me today, what does justice look like? That road to a formal justice pathway is a closed door. With its current limitation and with time past, and I've lost my youth to this, I am left to reinterpret an alternative version of what justice looks like to me. Just speaking and telling you about my experiences is not enough anymore because my experiences are so limited by the vocabulary that you have in all your formal laws and legal legislation. My world is beyond what I can describe in speech and written language. So I'm going to leave you today with a glimpse of my world in the best way I know how, through sound and music and images, in hope that I'm making visible the impact of my hidden disability so an intentional and urgent reform of the justice pathway can happen for the girls that comes after me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Beatrice. Your story obviously underscored the urgent need for change in our legal system to better support women with psychosocial disabilities. Thank you very much for sharing your experiences. Our next panelist is Emily Williams. She's joining us. I see. I'm sorry. Forgive me. I think we have a short video to be played before we move on to our next panelist. Please.
Why do I do this?
I am faced here today as a disabled Malaysian woman raising our voice for the first time in the CEDAW process. I am an autistic woman once institutionalized against my consent, coerced into electroconvulsive treatment, and a repeat victim of sexual abuse through my lifetime.
I remembered that I was tied down and I was gagged and I couldn't move. I was powerless, and I remember looking the doctor in the eye. I was trying to plead that no, this isn't right at all. I learned that to get out of this, that I had to be anyone else but me. A system that's supposed to help me kept me in shame and made me feel like I wasn't good enough to live. I don't want to die without people not knowing about what goes on in my head. So I made a playlist for my funeral just in case people who never got to know me know that. Let's go ahead, the story. You know, I fight every day. I have to put on a smile and pretend that all is good and I'm this sort of a hero that everybody thinks I am. But I'm scared all the time. I'm tired. I'm not happy. I made it to 40. I didn't turn 40. I made it to 40. means something for a girl like me.
Thank you very much, Beatrice. Appreciate that. Thank you. Our next panelist is Emily Williams, who joined us from Ireland. I think she's online. Now, Emily was part of the research team who worked with UN Women on a legal needs survey of women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities in Asia and the Pacific. That seminal research was part of a larger Enhancing Access to Justice program for women in Asia and the Pacific, led in partnership with UN Women, the International Commission of Jurists, and OHCHR, with the generous support of the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, or SIDA. So thank you, Emily, for being here, and the floor is yours now.
Thank you. Distinguished guests, good morning from Dublin. Many thanks for the invitation to speak at today's important event. My name is Emily Williams, and I was one of the researchers on the Closing the Justice Gap project. The Closing the Justice Gap project was a research study commissioned by UN Women, which aimed to understand the legal needs faced by women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities in Fiji, Indonesia, Nepal, and the Philippines. Legal needs occur when a person has a problem which could benefit from legal assistance or the justice system, even if they don't think of it as legal. For example, a legal need happens if a person is fired from their job because of their disability, but some people may see this simply as bad luck or part of life. To understand the legal needs of women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities in these 4 target countries, myself and the research team based at the University of Galway in Ireland delivered a legal needs survey to 232 participants. The Legal Needs Survey was delivered in collaboration with organizations led by persons with disabilities and their supporters and self-advocates in each of the target countries. What exactly is a legal needs survey? Well, a legal needs survey looks at how justice issues arise and how they are experienced by individuals, including how people solve these problems and the level of impact it has on their life. We adapted the framework from the Legal Needs Survey developed by the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development to meet the needs of this group. The OECD framework is considered best practice, but we had to undertake significant reform to make it accessible to women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities. The Legal Needs Survey was groundbreaking, as it was the first of its kind, and its purpose was to bring to the fore the justice needs of women who were previously invisible and who could also find themselves without legal capacity. The objective of the survey was to better understand the barriers to the right to access to justice for women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities, and to provide a robust evidence base to advocate for law and policy changes. Our final research report detailed recommendations and options to remove the legal, social, and attitudinal barriers identified in the survey. We also offered country-specific findings and recommendations in each country brief. The Legal Needs Survey was offered in both standard and easy read format in 5 different languages. Easy read format combines images and plain English to improve communication and understanding of a complicated document. Simple words and short sentences provide uncomplicated information in an accessible way. The languages chosen were identified by our partners as the languages most frequently used by respondents. Partners also supplied country-specific institutions and country-specific photographs to the easy read version. The Legal Needs Survey had 2 parts. The first part asked a series of questions about potential everyday problems, including questions on land rights, families and relationships, housing, health, education, money, and government. The second part included a series of questions which explored how respondents solved these problems and the impact it had on their life. 72% of respondents were women with psychosocial disabilities. This reflects the challenges in reaching women with intellectual disabilities in the region. For example, at the time of the research, there was no organization for women with intellectual disabilities in Nepal or the Philippines. I'll now speak to a quick summary of the findings. All but 10 respondents experienced at least one legal problem or legal need in the previous 2 years. Sadly, almost half of respondents noted that the problem had a significant impact on their lives. Only 13% took their problem to a formal justice actor, while most, 77%, sought help from family or friends, peer support or self-advocacy groups, or community or religious leaders or organizations. Unfortunately, only 26% of respondents identified that their problem had been resolved. Some examples of problems that respondents faced include lack of access to adequate and affordable housing, including the impact of climate change and humanitarian emergencies on access to housing, sexual and gender-based violence, including intimate partner violence, denial of parental rights, troubles finding employment and experiencing a combination of disability and gender-based discrimination, significant financial issues, denial of health care, forced psychiatric treatment, denied access to education, and barriers to living independently and in the community. Respondents were frequently hesitant to describe their problems as legal, even when they had legal aspects. Instead, they often described them as bad luck or part of life, as a family or private matter, or as a social or community matter. The results of the Legal Needs Survey highlight how respondents experience many enduring issues, including a denial of legal capacity and access to justice, lack of education and employment opportunities, and denial of health care. All of these problems stem from and are framed by a social context of poverty, gender-based discrimination, and exclusion experienced by women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities in the region. The co-production process was one of the most valuable elements of the project. The Legal Needs Survey analysis and recommendations in the report would not have been possible without the significant efforts of partners in collecting survey data. Our partners were closely involved in the design, delivery, and dissemination of the Legal Needs Surveys and its findings. We had at least one partner or partner organization in each target country. Co-production is about working alongside persons with disabilities as leaders and partners in research, and this was the most important guiding principle of the project. For example, partner organizations were provided with financial compensation for their work, in recognition that many organizations of persons with disabilities and self-advocates often engage in voluntary and unpaid work. To conclude, the responses we received in the Legal Needs Survey provide an evidence base to validate the lived experience of women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities and allowed the research team to produce a strong list of recommendations to government to improve access to justice for this population. The results of this research project have the potential to greatly benefit the daily lives of women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities in the Asia-Pacific region. The next step would be working together with organizations of persons with disabilities, UN Women, and governments to implement the recommendations of the survey for meaningful legal and policy reform. Due to the value of this project, we also recommend that legal needs surveys should be completed in other world regions. In 2006, the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities recognized for the first time in international law the specific right to legal capacity and the right to access justice for persons with disabilities. This right also applies to women with intellectual and/or psychosocial disabilities in Fiji, Indonesia, Nepal, the Philippines, and across the Asia-Pacific region. The results of this research project and the lived experiences shared today shows how much more work needs to be done to close the justice gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emily, for presenting those important findings from closing the Justice Gap Project and the importance, of course, of co-production methodology. Our final panelist is Sarah Osborne, who will provide us with insights on the situation in Fiji. Sarah, we're very grateful to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by thanking the event organizers for this opportunity to be here today. It's an honor to speak on behalf of a cause that is so important to our communities, especially those most marginalized. Today, I'm here to discuss the findings and recommendations from the Legal Needs Survey that was conducted in Fiji, aimed at shedding light on the unique legal challenges faced by women with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities. This survey was co-designed and delivered by Psychiatric Survivors Association Fiji and Pacific Disability Forum, with support from the Center of Disability Law, the Irish Center for Human Rights, and commissioned by UN Women. As many of you know, women with psychosocial and intellectual disabilities face some of the highest level of marginalization across the globe. This population is subjected to particular forms of discriminations when it comes to access to justice, which is why this survey was so critical. Our goal was to better understand the types of legal problems that women are facing, how they are attempting to resolve them, and importantly, how they are treated when seeking justice. This survey was not just about gathering data, it was about ensuring that the voices of these women were central to the conversation on legal reform. The survey itself was a good practice model because it wasn't just about women with psychosocial and intellectual disability participating as subjects. We were involved throughout the design and delivery phases, which ensured that the survey truly reflected our lived experiences, needs, and the right support provided to ensure their full and effective participations. Involving women with psychosocial disabilities in every step of this process meant we could help identify who to target and how to reach them effectively, provide input into the survey questions, ensuring they address the real and pressing issues we face, ensure a layer of oversight to avoid harm or sensitivities in the process, and interpret the data accurately, informed by our own lived experiences. This involvement is not just good practice, it is our right. Under Article 4.3 and 32 of the Convention on Rights of Persons with Disabilities, to be engaged in decisions that affect us. Now allow me to briefly share some key findings from the survey. We had 34 respondents in Fiji, with 24 identifying as having a psychosocial disability and 10 with an intellectual disability. These women identify facing serious legal issues, including denial of health care, verbal and physical abuse, violations of parental rights, denial of the rights to attend school, and difficulties in purchasing properties. In rural areas especially, limited access to legal services compounded these issues, leaving many women unable to pursue remedies. The data also highlighted that nearly 91% of respondents lived in rural areas, which presents additional barriers to accessing justice and support services. For many of these women, the right to make decisions about their own lives, whether in healthcare, family, or finances, is frequently denied, with 65% of respondents indicating that their decisions were not respected despite guarantees contained in Article 12 of the CRPD and Fiji's domestic disability law. Most importantly, the survey showed that these legal issues remain unresolved for the majority of the respondents, and the process of seeking formal legal remedies is often overwhelming and intimidating. Many felt that discussing issues like gender-based violence was taboo or even shameful, particularly if it involved family members. The lack of support and the barriers to accessing justice are clear and profound. One area that stands out is the importance of social networks. Peer-to-peer support and community-based organizations play a critical role in supporting women with psychosocial disabilities to navigate these challenges. For example, 54% of respondents reported sharing their problems with family or friends, while only a small percentage sought formal legal assistance. In terms of recommendations, there's much work ahead. First, it's crucial that Fiji's national laws and policies are reviewed to comply with the CRPD and the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. But laws alone won't bring change. Implementation is the key. For women with psychosocial disabilities and intellectual disabilities, the right to equal recognition before the law, as well as rights to education, employment, and reasonable accommodations are paramount. These are fundamental to enabling women to participate fully in society and break down barriers to justice. It's especially crucial to remove legal provisions that restrict women's legal capacity based on outdated notions of unsound mind or incapacity. Furthermore, we must not overlook the rural divide. Justice processes look different in rural and remote areas, and the voices of women in these areas must be heard. Collaborations between women with intellectual and psychosocial disabilities, village heads, local communities will help identify how justice processes could be improved to meet the specific needs of women with disabilities living in rural and remote island areas more effectively. Finally, accessibility must be understood in its full context. It's not just about physical access to courtrooms or police stations, but also access to information, transportation, support, and financial means to pursue justice. For many Fijian women with psychosocial disabilities, accessible justice includes tailored support for decision-making, allowing them to make choices about their own lives and issues. The survey's recommendations provide a roadmap for improving access to justice, but these require sustained effort and commitment from all of us. Short-term recommendations include engaging in awareness-raising campaigns to combat stigmatization and advocating for changes to discriminatory laws, while long-term efforts will focus on developing supported decision-making frameworks and strengthening access to justice for women in rural and remote areas. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to share these findings, and I look forward to engaging in further discussions on how we can collectively work towards a more inclusive and just society for women with psychosocial disabilities and intellectual disabilities. Vinaka.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for showing us how localized efforts and partnerships are critical in addressing access to justice for women with disabilities. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of this afternoon's plenary. Please express our appreciation and thanks to all our panelists and speakers once again. A big thank you to my team at UN Women, Georgia in particular, for putting this panel so adequately. Thank you very much. And also to our colleagues at UNDP for taking the lead in organizing this very important conference. I want to conclude by saying that the insights shared today remind us of the need for justice systems that are capable of adapting and reflecting the lived experiences of women in all their diversity, including those facing the greatest barriers and often most left behind. I hope that we can continue having these often very difficult conversations and work with a whole of society approach in mind, particularly with survivors, women rights advocates and defenders, women justice users, to bring about the type of meaningful justice reforms that will reflect the realities of the 21st century. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a productive continuation of the conference. Thank you.
Ladies, hello? Hello? Hello?
So we will now go for a break, and we will start the next panel session at 4 o'clock. So please come back at 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Oh, I'm just twisting. We have, do we have actually, we have a coffee break. Good afternoon, everyone. So we will have about 15 minutes for a coffee break. Coffee break is served on this floor. And we will have 3 concurrent sessions afterwards. The conflict one will be in conference room 2, and the judicial integrity will be in meeting room A, which is on the first floor. And we also have a criminal justice session in meeting room G. So please ensure that you join the session that you are most interested in. We will start the session for about 15 minutes, so ensure that you go to the right room for the right session around 4 o'clock. Thank you.
Connect to it. They are online, Cox Bazar. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. first to connect the, so I will ask two set of questions. First question, you want to combine? You got it.